statement, the Deputy President said the high fuel prices were unprecedented and not due to ordinary market responses to global crude oil price dynamics. The DP noted that Kenyans wanted an end to the issue of conflict of interest and state capture. He said the silence from the concerned government ministries was deafening and their inaction snowballing into a national catastrophe. This as President Uhuru Kenyatta signed into law 5 parliamentary bills, among them the 2022 Supplementary Appropriation Bill, Supplementary Budget. Others were the 2021 Copyright Amendment Bill, the 2020 Kenya Deposit Insurance Amendment Bill, the 2022 Industrial Training Amendment Bill, and the 2019 Employment Amendment Bill. The newly signed supplementary budget unlocks over 139 billion shillings exchequer funds for the use in drought-related interventions, security operations, election preparedness, fuel stabilization, and the settlement of pending bills, among other pressing public needs. Over 34 billion shillings from the supplementary budget has been allocated to the government fuel stabilization program aimed at cushioning Kenyans from a high cost of fuel prices occasioned by the worsening global energy crisis. This is expected to restore fuel prices and the fuel situation in the country back to normal. And President Uhuru Kenyatta has called for concerted efforts to scale up the war against graft, saying the fight against the vice forms the soul of the nation. While acknowledging that notable gains have been achieved in curbing corruption, President Kenyatta said the country cannot afford to sleep on it until the vice is completely eradicated. He was speaking in State House, Nairobi, where he witnessed the ceremonial handing over of 450 million shillings repatriated back to Kenya from Jersey. The funds were confiscated by Jersey authorities following the successful conviction of Winport Trading Limited for money laundering offences. The president also witnessed the handing over of 39 title deeds for corruptly acquired parcels of land to public entities and county governments over 5 billion shillings. Nasuna East Member of Parliament Junet Mohammed claims that he has been summoned by the Directorate of Criminal Investigations over Raila Odinga's attack in Uasin Gishu County. Junet made the claims on his official Twitter handle Monday afternoon. Junet becomes the first legislator from Raila Odinga's side to be summoned by the investigative body regarding the violence meted on the ODM lead on Friday. So far, the DCI have placed 3 lawmakers at the center of the attack. They include Soy MP Caleb Kositany, Kapsaret MP Oscar Sudi, and David Kiplagat, who is the Speaker of the Uasin Gishu County Assembly. Sunday, the 3 recorded statements over the attack on Azimio La Umoja coalition presidential candidate while distancing themselves from the incident. According to the DCI, chaos erupted at the close of a burial ceremony on which Odinga was in attendance, and stones, including other projectiles, were hurled at the former Prime Minister by incited youth, maliciously damaging his helicopter's windscreen. Meanwhile, the 17 suspects who are allegedly involved in the recent attacks on Orange Democratic Movement leader Raila Odinga will remain in custody for 7 more days. According to the Chief Magistrate's Court, this will give the investigative officer ample time to conduct investigations into the matter. The prosecution had initially asked the court to allow the suspects being detained for 14 days at Eldoret police station to allow for the conclusion of the investigation. The prosecution stated that the initial investigations have revealed that some of the suspects were sponsored and ferried to the burial from different parts of the country, and therefore their places overboard and not known. And the judiciary has announced plans of operationalizing special courts in hotspots areas in a bid to expedite hate speech cases as the country gears up for the 2022 general election. Speaking during the ODPP staff election preparedness sensitization workshop, Chief Justice Martha Koome revealed the plans that will enable expeditious disposal of election offences matters that come to court. Part of the plans also include a training program for the special magistrates. In February, CJ Koome gazetted 120 magistrates to serve as special magistrates to hear and determine matters relating to offences under the Election Offences Act. And finally, South Sudan President Salva Kiir and his Vice President Riek Machar have agreed to resume talks about integrating their rival forces and a unified command after weeks of escalating conflict between the sides. Kiir and Machar's forces signed a peace agreement in 2018 that ended 5 years of civil war, but implementation has been slow and the opposing forces have clashed frequently over disagreements about how to share power. Fighting has increased up in recent weeks. Machar Sudan's People Liberation Movement in opposition suspended its operation in the peace deal's oversight mechanisms on March 23rd, citing attacks by government forces. This is Newswire. Dennis Assetto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nyeri.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
If I'm found guilty, there is no problem. I'm willing to serve. I have no problem. Jails are meant for human beings.
They say a society gets the leadership it deserves. If you have a corrupt, crooked and rotten society like we have in Kenya, then of course they will get that kind of a leadership.
I think the president should dissolve parliament. That's the best solution at this moment in time. Dissolve parliament.
All of you go home.
Yes, we all go home.
How are we encouraging other people who might have new and creative ideas? Young people who are making money without any government help. They are just buying their own bundles. They are going on TikTok and making money. KRA is coming after them.
I've been in parliament for 15 years. We have been unable to pass the gender law. And yet no presidential candidate is talking about it now. Because we are fake. The truth is, all the men refuse to vote for that law.
What did Sonko do to Pumwani maternity hospital?
Yeah, he
with
cleaned
his
it
own
up.
money.
Cleaned it with his own money. That was him as an individual.
Yeah. And I did not say he was cleaning his own money. I was saying he cleaned
Foot, mouth. Foot, mouth. Eric.
Okay.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
The second day of the week, Tuesday. Let's see what it has in store. On Monday, it wasn't too bad in terms of traffic, and now folks have woken up. However, a few minutes after 6 o'clock, Uhuru Highway is looking pretty good as you're getting into the city. Not too much of an issue. Coming off of Thika Superhighway, we will see some traffic then just at that Pangani underpass. Leading out towards Muranga Road today. Coming off of Kiambu Road, nothing much. Let's take a look at Outer Ring, which looks free and clear for folks who are running away from Mombasa Road and trying to get into the city. There's an option for you today. The Eastern Bypass also started pretty early, and we see this just at that AP Training College junction, but it's not too crazy, so use that as an option. Jogo Road, as usual, building up this morning, getting past the train station at Makadara, but then you should be all right as you get to the Kamkunji roundabout. Apart from that, nothing really happening. The rumblings of traffic have just begun. Hopefully it doesn't give anybody too much of a stomachache. Let's see how things unfold. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Spice FM. Spice up your life. This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to
9 minutes after 6 on Tuesday, the 5th day of April 2022. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. How are you wherever you're tuned in? SpiceFM or SpiceFM KE, YouTube, Facebook, or www.spicefm.co.ke. It's Eric and Ndu. CT is still away. Ndu?
Yes.
Umelalaje?
Salama kabisa.
Umelala.
Is that how you answer how you slept?
Tuanze kwanza. Umelala?
Yeah, ndio.
Okay.
Next.
Haya, umelalaje?
Mzuri sana. Do you say mzuri or salama or poa?
Vizuri.
Or vizuri. Nililala vizuri sana.
Vyema.
Gosh. How many more can you use? Nililala vyema.
Very good.
Thank you very
much.
much.
That's actually
That's proper Swahili,
the
right?
most appropriate. Yes.
Nililala vyema. Na wewe je?
Pia mimi nimelala vyema. Nashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu.
Very good.
Maulana. Jalali.
You have an agenda? Let's confuse Ndude.
Completely.
Less confusing.
Combritre. Welcome to the conversation, everybody. So it's the 5th day of March.
Actually, it's April, but you can play in those lines if you like.
No, it's March because this is the month that the president is going to lower the fuel prices.
Okay, it's true.
Lower cost of energy.
Finish the expressway.
So we're still on course. Okay. Yeah.
It can be as much. It can be much. As much as you like.
It'll be March until bei ya stima ishuke. It is March. It is March.
Okay.
I don't know what they'll tell us this time. Because of COVID now, big power could not come. Oh, the war in Ukraine. There's
always something to blame it on. COVID now, we can't use COVID anymore as an excuse.
Now it's the war in Ukraine.
It's the war in Ukraine.
Because of the war in Ukraine. The cost of energy could not come down because I mean everywhere globally, and you can see it has not rained. So our hydropower generation capacity has not improved.
Because
so we can't
really,
we can't switch off. We can't switch off the thermal generators. Thermal generators use oil. Oil is expensive because Ukraine. Yeah. So stima itakaa tu hivyo mpaka ile siku Putin atamaliza.
We can't even afford to go to a new month.
We are in March.
We are in March.
Yes.
Silly.
Keep it here for more conversations. Today we'll have a guest in the studio at 8 o'clock, and his name is Richard Ngatia. If you are in Nairobi, you definitely have seen those billboards. Richard Ngatia wants to be the governor of Nairobi City County. He is a businessman. He's the chairman of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He is involved in various businesses. He'll come and tell us. Okay? That question that we asked former Mayor George Aladwa yesterday, do we need devolution in Nairobi? We'll ask this man. You want to be governor, but surely
other people can get the thing done.
Why? So we'll have a conversation about not only about his bid for governorship, it's about business. As the chairman of the National Chamber of Commerce and Industry and understanding the important role that this city plays in Kenya's economy, how is the business environment in this country? What's the business environment looking like? How are we doing in terms of attracting? Because KNCCI looks at attracting investors into the country. How are we looking in terms of foreign direct investment for business? These and more conversations. Keep it here. As we look at Uhuru ati alisign billion ndio itatupatia mafuta. Those are lies. Anyway, we'll talk about that later.
You seem to be a tad frustrated this morning, Eric.
See, we talk about COVID tomorrow.
COVID. Yeah. Remember yesterday we looked at 491 cases of 491 cases of COVID. So there's a million cases. No, Haba. Are there 491 million people in here?
You hadn't said million, you said 491 cases.
Oh, sorry, 491 million cases of COVID globally. Today, we're at 492,781,000. It's interesting because we've seen a million cases of COVID around the world. Some would say those are really low numbers in terms of what we've been seeing over time. But that's what the numbers are looking like right now. 492,781,338. We'd have a significant rise in the numbers of COVID. While all this was happening, the US, unfortunately, surpassed 1 million COVID deaths. 1,008,679 deaths as a result of COVID have occurred in the United States. 81,867,963 COVID-19 cases in continental US. And even as we look at what is happening in China, interesting to note that they are now beyond beyond testing, now seeing quite a number of infections and folks are presenting themselves to hospital. Those numbers are not very exciting for China, but they're doing the best that they can to keep things under control. Let's come home and see what's happening on the continent, specifically in Kenya. Still, 27 million vaccines have made their way into the country. 8,146,652 have been fully vaccinated. 2,679,877 have been partially vaccinated. And 281,000 have received their booster shots. 29.9% of the proportion of adults have been fully vaccinated. The call remains, come out and get vaccinated. We're inching closer and closer to the 10th of April when they will have to dump about 1 million COVID vaccines. This is in addition to the other 800,000 then that had reached their expiry date. Not a good thing, and doesn't look like we're going to vaccinate 1 million people by Monday or by Sunday, right? In terms of numbers for COVID, we saw yesterday 14 new cases from a sample size of 3,507, positivity rate of 0.4%, and that's about the size of it for COVID.
Yeah, it's like that.
Evil.
Okay. Good enough. It's 16 minutes after 6. Are you online? Because we are live streaming the show on YouTube and Facebook. And we'd like you to say hello. And then we'll be doing that thing that we do every morning, time like this, the roll call. Say hello. We'll be saying hello to you shortly after taking a look at the weather forecast. Good morning.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
The group of leaders we are having now, these are just like the polymers. The chemical composition is the same.
Are you corruptible?
Hopefully not. And maybe that's part of the problem.
People who have done about 300 speeches and they're not saying anything. What makes you think that they will come in with something really dramatic?
Don't miss out on the latest from Kenya's biggest conversation. SMS TSR to 22840.
Forgiveness is always conditional. Even before God, there's nothing like unconditional forgiveness.
Government doesn't pay you pension until you retire. In fact, they have no money for you. The day you retire, they look for it.
This country is punishing many young people. These young people are more susceptible to be deceived, to be taken advantage of, and they're more susceptible to be bought off.
Let us also talk about where we want our country to go. You know, we are a population of very young people.
We're in a state of capture. The judiciary is under duress. Parliament is in the pocket of the executive. You don't sit and wait for the regime to topple itself. It will never do so.
By the way, let me tell you, these guys are so persuasive. I'm telling you, they can persuade you to sell your grandmother. I'm telling you, they can sell sand in the desert.
So has anybody on this program said to you as a guest, saying, "Oh, shut up, we don't want to be told what to do"? Has you ever that kind of... Has anybody been
listen, I will not listen.
A bit of advice. Because you're working on the premise that we should all pay heed to these proverbs. It's a very suspect notion.
This is the Situation Room. The
Looking
only
at
way to...
partly cloudy conditions at 17 in Nairobi, highs of 27 and lows of 16. It's mostly clear at 15 in Nakuru, highs of 28 and lows of 13. 26 will be the high in Nyeri, where it's clear at 12, and that'll be today's low. It's clear at 13 in Eldoret, highs of 27, back down to lows of 13. Partly cloudy conditions in Mombasa at 26. We'll see highs of 33. We'll also see highs of 33 in Malindi, where the clouds are low as well. Kisumu is clear at 21, highs of 30 and lows of 19, and we'll see clear conditions at 16 in Kakamega. 32 will be the high and lows of 16. It's mostly clear at 22 in Kampala. 30 will be the high and lows of 19, while mostly cloudy conditions are in the Dar es Salaam skies at 25, highs of 32 today. All right, clear conditions in Johannesburg at 13, highs of 22 and lows of 12. It's raining in Lagos at 28. Highs of 33 and lows of 27. Mostly clear conditions in Kinshasa at 25. Highs of 33 and lows of 24 today. Out in Beijing, a really warm afternoon. Tuesday, 21 degrees, highs of 23 and lows of 7. At 8 degrees, Paris is cloudy, highs of 15. We'll see highs of 15 in London, where it's raining at 12 and will come down to lows of 9. 9 degrees Monday night in New York. Coming into Tuesday, we'll see highs of 12 and lows of 6.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4
after
Spice.
6.
Okay, sound like a robot. Good morning, Ndu and Eric tuned in from Nakuru. That's where Robert Kiragu is, and Buyayi Marachi Butula is where Simon Murakana is tuned in from this morning. Mangeni Kenneth is tuned in from Uganda, and Sky says, good morning, Eric, Ndu, regards to CT. CT regards once again. Alan Wanjala says, good morning, tuned in from Nakuru. From Kapenguria, please help me. Where is Kapenguria again? It's over here and over the hill. Where is it?
What, Kapenguria?
Yeah.
The capital city of West Pokot County.
No, thank you very much.
It's the capital city.
It's the capital city of West Pokot County. That is where Dennis Wamurukujit is tuned in from this morning. Kumasi, which is one of the biggest cities in Ghana, that's where Adam Zakaria is tuned in from this morning. Vincent Mambo says, good morning from Moore University main campus in Keses. Stanley Gashistan says, good morning. Thanks for the sober and informative conversations. We need round 2 of the fuel discussions with the PS, the IPRA CEO, and the big players, Shell, Total, etc., etc. Not a bad idea. Johnston says, good morning. Tuned in live from Kericho. And Lillian Odenge says, good morning from Ahero. Vincent Mambo's also tuned in. Maureen Jola, we see you. Good morning to you. George Mashuki tuned in. Maina Wanyeri. Collins Kipsat is tuned in as well. Many more people online this morning. We see you. Thanks for joining us. And Karibuni Sana. Dar es Salaam, it's been a while. Miriam Hiker is tuned in from Dar today.
Basi, salimia Mama Suluhu. Katiba msahau nye. Katiba hai hampati. Anyway, today's proverb is again from Malawi.
You like these Southern Africans, eh?
Yeah, I was looking for, I had picked another one, and then this one just
found its way to you.
Popped its way out of the page. Leave her now and then if you really love your wife.
Hey, don't say it again. Because
it's a proverb.
Right.
It's deep.
Oh, right. If you really love something, let it go. If it comes back to you, it's yours.
It's not about
if it doesn't come back, it was never yours to begin with. Blah, blah, blah.
Give her space.
Oh, right. Okay. Give him space.
It's positive, but a bit positive.
Radiating
Leave her
positivity.
now and then if you really love your wife.
Indeed. I agree.
And just crowd her space.
No, please. No, thanks.
You need peace of mind.
Thank you. So does she. Carry your hala and go, I beg.
Okay, so let's take a look at the newspaper headlines. www.standardmedia.co.ke. We had a conversation with the PS for what is it called? Petroleum and Mining yesterday. Mr. Andrew Kamau. There's a video on premium content. PS Kamau on the fuel prices. Did Kenyans create a crisis after panicking? That interview is right there. That is the premium content that you get if you just go to www.standardmedia.co.ke.
Indeed.
Tuko sawa?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So fuel is trickling into the pumps. Let's wait and see how it opens up by Tuesday.
He said Thursday.
He said,
Thursday.
These problems will be gone. Thursday will come. Let's wait and see. Interesting, because on the front page of the Standard as well, that story is being carried. 34 billion shillings dispute pushed Kenyans into fuel shortage. We'll look at the signing of that bill authorizing Treasury to pay oil companies and end consumers' agony. Ruto at the same time blames corrupt officials and cartels for suffering of millions, and the supply is expected to be restored. President Kenyatta yesterday signed 5 bills at State House, Nairobi, including one authorizing the payment of 34.4 billion shilling subsidy to fuel firms. See, now this is confusing because the different numbers that we've been told, 13 billion, 34 billion,
39
billion. Who's owed what? One thing that we know for sure, the marketers are owed money.
Yep.
Money then signed out for release yesterday. Let's see now how it will affect the state of things.
Me, I don't see how this signing off for the release is an issue. You know why? Because the subsidy is actually not at your subsidy. It is money that we pay.
Indeed.
It is a tax.
Yes.
That we raise.
In order for
that
the oil
goes in
markets
there
to be paid, so that then we will not have to pay more money for fuel.
Yes.
So
Okay, so we may say that, okay, in the initial budget, the National Treasury had not foreseen that it would have a subsidy being applied through all these months. And so that's why they had to go to the National Assembly to seek a supplementary budget for these, blah, 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 blah. But they had not said that they have run out of the money.
No, they did not.
And the 34 billion shillings is a supplementary budget for the rest of the financial year. So if these guys are owed over 34 billion shillings already, then this money comes.
And then what happens?
It just tells you that next month there is no subsidy.
What happens in subsequent months?
There's no subsidy.
Come 14th of April, not subsequent months. Come 14th of April, what happens, right? It's a big question.
Yep.
Okay, so looking at more details of this story, which is carried on 5, 6, 7, and 29 of the Standard, consumers were caught between arrogant government officials and belligerent oil marketing companies who were caught in a standoff that threatened to bring Kenya's economy to its knees. And I think that's worthy of alarm, because here we are. What does not run on fuel, right? By early yesterday, there were no clear indications on when the stalemate would end, with both parties digging in before President Uhuru Kenyatta stepped in and signed a bill paving the way for the marketers to be paid 34.4 billion shillings that the National Treasury owed them. But that was as Deputy President Ruto took a swipe at the government. That's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Swipe at the government. Accusing officials of being insensitive to the plight of millions and private oil companies, which he said had formed a cartel that was holding the state captive. It was a long day for Kenyans, from the motorists and border operators to industrialists and farmers, as the shortage created a black market for fuel, with companies that had it selling above the recommended retail price. In border towns, Kenyans crossed over to neighboring countries to get supplies. Oil marketers were demanding to be paid arrears, which they put at 32 billion shillings. Well, there's another number. Fearing that if they continued selling their fuel at a loss, their operations would collapse. Earlier, energy sector officials had insisted that they owed the marketers between 13 and 15 billion, which we heard, before the president eventually approved the payment of 34.4 billion. His deputy, Dr. Ruto, questioned the move, arguing that the money set aside earlier to pay the marketers had been diverted. Where is this money, he said? Can the Treasury confirm or deny that the diversion of funds has been used in debt servicing and infrastructure development without the approval of the National Assembly? Earlier in the day, government officials had said that the fuel shortage was artificial, accusing oil marketers of hoarding the critical resource to arm twist the state. A few players want to force the government to do something, so they create panic. Major oil marketing companies could have been committing an act of economic sabotage as government officials sat back and watched. The oil firms had been withholding petroleum products, causing an artificial shortage and plunging the country into a crisis. This is what they said. This is even as they held on to more than 94 million litres of diesel and another 69 million litres of super petrol, according to data by the KPC. So, the thought is that with the signing of this 34.4 billion shillings, there will be some money then that will go into the coffers of the oil marketers, and then fuel can now be released through the country. But like you said, it seems like a stopgap measure for today. What happens in the next, where are we, 5th, in the next 9 days, when IPRA is going to come and wave its magic wand once again? What is going to happen?
And we know for sure that the price of the landed cost has gone up.
Exactly. We already know this. We know this. We do not know if it's going to come below the $140.
Yeah.
We don't know that. And is there money having been set aside to cushion that increase? And it's clear that the answer is no. Have we paid in terms of levies? Absolutely. Has it been kept aside to sort out these issues? Unfortunately, you can see right now that the answer is no.
5 shillings a litre is a lot of money.
Are you kidding? Of course.
It's a lot of money. And this is every month on month. It's a lot of money. And if we had started paying this levy before implementation was about a year, that kitty was already full and overflowing. So we really can't say that we've run out of the kitty really in about a year, can we? I don't know. I'd like to see those figures. But also at the same time, it's interesting that we're still not talking about the tax.
Why do you have an almost commensurate amount of tax that you're paying on fuel? Landed cost at 78, taxes come to 60 shillings. What are we doing?
It is so high. Yes, fuel is expensive, but if you can consider, look, so Uganda, even just as the peers was telling us yesterday, Uganda's oil price is about 160. We're paying how much?
134.
Yeah. And it could have been 140.
Yeah.
So next one, you can imagine Uganda, they include transport cost. Because they are taking the oil all the way to Uganda, not like us.
Yeah.
Their, consumption levels are like a fifth of what we have. So we consume a lot more. Economies of scale applies in the case of Kenya and all these things. Our fuel is very, very expensive, and it's because of the 48% or so of the tax for everything every liter you're buying at the pump. It's ridiculous. So they've okayed the mini budget. It's a lot that 4.4 billion shillings will release the subsidy funds into the economy. But then look at what else now this means. It means that at the end of this financial year, our budget for 2021-2022 will have hit 3.38 trillion shillings. And then if you think about how much then we are spending 23 billion shillings for elections because an extra 8 billion shillings, 8.8 billion is going to IEBC. 23 billion shillings to run this election.
Easily one of the most expensive elections on the globe, on the planet.
It's a lot of money. There's some, like Kenya Airways is also getting its bailout here. It's getting some cash out of this. We have the Ministry of Defense, Interior, National Intelligence Service getting 15 billion, 1.6 billion, 2.2 billion, respectively. There's a lot of money that's just going all over, left, right, and center. Kenya Airways is getting 26.6 billion as part of restructuring program, spearheaded by IMF. As we talk about all these things, Okoh Yatani will be in Parliament on Thursday.
Yes, he will.
Telling us about the new budget and how the government wants to raise money for the next financial year. With all these things that are happening now, with rising fuel prices, with disruptions in supply of major inputs for fertilizer, disruption in supply of wheat, disruptions in global supplies of very many things, and debts accruing. What kind of budget are we going to have?
I don't even know.
And what is the government going to do to raise all that money?
I don't know if there are enough numbers on the number line for the kind of budget then that will be introduced come Thursday. I don't know.
And our members of parliament will just sit back there and then they'll go out to the public rallies and stand alongside the deputy president saying, you know what, how did this happen? Where was parliament? Come on.
Where were we?
Yeah. 27 minutes to 7. Let's take a quick break. Take a look at the traffic. We'll be looking at other headlines shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
The Board of Governors, Principal, and the entire staff of PC Kenyanjui Technical Training Institute wish to invite all graduates who qualify for the award of Artisan, Craft, and Diploma Certificate during 2018 to 2021 academic years to the Institute's 6th graduation ceremony. The ceremony will be held on Friday, 8th April 2022 from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Institute's grounds. The chief guest will be Dr. Margaret W. Mwakima, Principal Secretary, State Department of Vocational and Technical Training, Ministry of Education. For more information on PC Kenyanjui Technical Training Institute, visit www.kenyanjuitechnical.ac.ke. PC Kenyanjui Technical Training Institute, excellence in technology.
It's building up certain parts of the city. We're looking at traffic on Mombasa Road today, just a little bit here and there, nothing too scary at the moment. Spilling over to North Airport Road, there's bumper-to-bumper traffic inbound, and we'll see some of that go out towards the Eastern Bypass, and we'll see some of that then also spilling over to Outer Ring. So Outer Ring then feeds off to Manyanja and then feeds off to Juja Road as well. We're seeing some of that building up. And on the Thika Superhighway, traffic then just past the Utali Drift, heading out towards the city. Kiambu is still looking pretty good. Don't say anything to anybody. Get on Kiambu Road and out before it starts to build up. Don't say I never helped you with anything. On Uhuru Highway, then getting out into the city, that's also building up here and there at your different roundabouts. And Langata Road still free and clear. The Southern Bypass looks pretty good. There's an option for you to enjoy the morning breeze and free and clear traffic out into the city. Let's talk in about half an hour and see what it builds up to be. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Spice FM, Malindi. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
It's 25 minutes to 7.
Mornings
So we are still
done
talking
right.
about
94.4.
Junior secondary. Okay? And Education CS Professor George Magoha has asked private schools to speed up construction of junior secondary school classrooms to align with implementation of CBC. He was speaking in Gatondo South at Ituru Boys High School yesterday, where he said many private schools are lagging behind in construction of the additional classrooms, yet plans to fully roll out the CBC program are in top gear. I'm urging private schools to get serious and invest in junior secondary schools. I am not seeing much construction, and they only need to construct one extra classroom because they already have two.
What? Sorry. No, please. Just read that again. I think you made a mistake.
Why? Let's continue. Shall we?
Okay. Nisa.
In February, Professor Magoha said government would approve proposals from private schools that would like to start junior secondary schools. The CS, who toured 6 secondary schools in Gatondo South, cited Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, Nakuru, and Eldoret as areas with high concentration of private schools. At the same time, the professor said teachers handling grade 7 and 8 will be the first batch to undergo CBC training so as to move forward towards 2023. We need to have enough teachers on the ground, and it will be a continuous process with training scheduled for August and December. So basically, see, how many years are we going to have for secondary in total?
3. 3. Upper. Okay, 6. So there's lower and then there's upper.
What? How many years for junior secondary?
3.
Junior secondary.
3.
And then how many years for senior secondary?
3.
Okay.
So 6 total.
Okay. So how many classrooms do they have if you're a secondary school?
If you're a secondary school right now,
You have 4.
You already have 4.
Right?
Yes.
So you have 3 for senior secondary.
Yes.
And you already have 1 for?
1 for junior. So you just need?
So you need to?
Add 2.
Now, can I read that quote again?
Okay.
I urge private schools to get serious. I am not seeing much construction, and they only need to construct an extra classroom. They already have 2.
You're okay. You see? Now, without the precursor of explanation, which you so graciously gave us, Eric, anybody who would have been listening to the CS would not have gotten it.
You get it now?
I get it.
You get it?
I get
so, he's urging the private secondary schools, can you just increase your capacity?
By 2.
Yep.
Yes.
So that then you are able to take up from junior secondary all the way to senior secondary. All right? I'm still confused with this rollout. Because at the same time, they're urging private primary schools to continue taking these children.
Which one specifically?
See, the ones that will go into junior secondary.
They're urging primary schools to take them in?
See, they're saying those ones, because we have standard 7 and 8 in primary, they'll stay there until they move. I'm not getting this. What's going to happen?
It can't be. Because right now, the class that is starting standard 8, when they go back to school in April, is your final class.
Okay.
Right?
Right.
Now, going into the next year is when they start this junior secondary, senior secondary.
Okay.
So where is your confusion?
Do we have capacity in secondary schools, public secondary schools, to take up Remember, we are building a couple of classrooms
As
with
things-
8 billion shillings.
Sure. As things,
But then
unless they
the
finish.
conversation has been that in this transition, some of them will continue in their primary schools as junior secondary.
I beg your pardon. I
And
beg
then
your
they
pardon.
go into secondary school,
Okay.
into continuation of into senior secondary.
Okay, so I made a mistake.
Yeah.
The current class 7, right? They're going into class 7 in April. Will be the
current
last.
clan-
The ones who are starting class 7 in this new year.
Okay.
Right? They will be the last class. After that, everything now moves into this new system.
So current class 6s.
Current class 6s now will be the last ones who will do standard 8. After that, it'll go from grade 1 to grade 8, and then you will start lower secondary, and then you will go into upper secondary. Okay?
But we have a transition coming in next year.
Yeah. It's true, we do. However, because now you have the ones who finished class 3, class 4, who did that assessment in September last
So
year.
current class 5s are going to do
That assessment.
I
for
mean,
class-
current grade 5s are going to do going into grade 6
Yes.
in April.
Yes.
And current standard 6s are going into current standard 7s are going into standard 8 in April.
Yes.
Both will go into secondary school
In 2023.
Come next year.
Yes.
Okay. And so we'll have the standard 8s being from 1s.
Yes.
And the standard grade 6s going into junior secondary.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, where are they going?
This is the thing. This is why Magoha is telling you, why are you panicking, number one? Can we just get, this is the thing, you say, why are we having all these boardroom exercises? You already have 4 of the classrooms that you need, right? All we're asking you to do is increase by 2. We're not telling you to bring down the whole building and start again. We're just saying that you add 2
He's
to
actually
what you
saying
already
1.
have.
Increase by 1.
Okay, maybe he's a bit confused. But you're saying, essentially, add 2 to what you already have, and you will be all right. Because guess what? Grade 1 to grade 8 still exists. It still exists. So now you're just adding 2 classes. So what he's saying is, stop
He's
all the
talking to secondary schools. Don't confuse.
No, exactly. Stop all the confusion. Because secondary school now essentially
the
is
secondary
taking
schools
on
are the
2
ones who are
new
being
years.
told to take up, to build more classrooms.
Yes, because they're taking on 2 new years, remember? Yes? So you already, so secondary school now will be 6 years as opposed to 4. You have already had those 4 classes in existence. So now that we are going to 6, all we are saying is add 2. So don't make it more, don't philosophize it. Just add more 2 classrooms. That's what the CS is saying. Abi? Where is your confusion, Eric?
You are very confused. Yeah, very confused. I'm very confused.
There'll be a few bumps along the road for sure. But, we'll settle into it.
Very confused. Anyway, sawa.
Ni sawa?
Sawa.
Unfortunately, an ODM Kisii ward aspirant was killed 3 days to party primaries. Nairobi-based businessman Thomas Okari, who travelled to Kisii to participate in the ODM primary set for April 7th, has been killed. Okari, 38, suffered a cut in the head and succumbed to the injuries at a private hospital in Kisii town on Monday. His nephew, Daniel Mayaka, who lived at the Bombaba home in Bomchoge, Borabu, told the Standard that he had arrived home at around 11 and went straight to his bedroom. He said Okari's killers might have entered the home through the back door and attacked him using a machete. Okari's distress calls attracted the attention of Mayaka, who on getting to the businessman's room found him lying in a pool of blood. He said he sought to help to take Okari to Oasis Specialist Hospital, where he was admitted to the ICU. It remains unclear what the motive of Okari's attack was, though his family suspects his participation in politics could have played a role. Police said they had launched investigations into the killing. They said they visited the scene and then they will apprehend all those who are behind such an inhumane act, according to Lina Kabalia, who is the Kisii County Criminal Investigation Officer. Dagoretti North MP, Mr. Simbarati, called for speedy investigations into the incident. I had warned of insecurity several weeks ago, he said, but I was dismissed. Police must track down the killers and assure the family of justice. The NIS should move to Kisii County with speed and investigate threats on ground before we lose more lives. Kitutu Chache MP Richard Onyonka was poisoned, but there was no action taken to date. Police also need to act quickly.
So, I mean, why? What is it that's happening there? Why? Why? This is an MCA aspirant.
Right. Party primaries are to take place, of course, as we know, in the next couple of days.
Yeah.
He was traveling for that reason. And
you want to tell me this party nominations would be a matter of life and death?
surely, I mean, it's
What exactly is happening? A nominated MCA, Rispa Maseme, who's seeking the ODM party ticket for the Nyeri Masaba constituency, says the party should consider postponing the primaries due to inconsistencies. A register that was shared on Sunday is not a true reflection of the ODM membership locally. It's not possible that you can have a list of delegates totaling more than 90% of the voters in the constituency.
Yes, it is.
It's an ODM zone.
Yes, it is.
More than 90% of the voters in a constituency all belong to one party. Hapana, no, hata kama. It's not possible. It's not possible. It's not possible. It's not possible. Watafuta kitu ingine. That one is just... So party primaries are going on, and it's a big issue. It's a big issue everywhere, as you always see during elections. So this is ODM areas that are saying, let's have a postponement of this. There's a story here, Ruto's plan to avoid acrimonious primaries ahead of the August 9 polls. The UDA is holding primaries in only 12 counties for governor as it resorts to consensus to avert possible acrimonious fallout. Jubilee as well. The governor of Nakuru, who had formed his own party called Ubuntu, is reportedly going back to Jubilee. So, okay. Which the move back to Jubilee is reportedly causing jitters among other people who are hoping to contest for the Jubilee ticket. Now they're wondering, so this man is back here, so what's going to happen? Party primaries this month into next month. Total chaos. It's 13 minutes to 7.
Forgiveness is always conditional. Even before God, there's nothing like unconditional forgiveness.
Government doesn't pay you pension until you retire. In fact, they have no money for you. The day you retire, they look for it.
This country is punishing many young people. These young people are more susceptible to be deceived, to be taken advantage of, and they're more susceptible to be bought off.
Let us also talk about where we want our country to go. We are a population of very young people.
We're in a state of capture. The judiciary is under duress. Parliament is in the pocket of the executive. You don't sit and wait for the regime to topple itself. It will never do so.
By the way, let me tell you, these guys are so persuasive. I'm telling you, they can persuade you to sell your grandmother. I'm telling you, they can sell sand in the desert.
See, has anybody on this program said to you as a guest, saying, "Oh, shut up, we don't want to be told what to do"? Has anybody ever that kind of... Has anybody been
I will not listen.
bit of advice? Because you're working on the premise that we should all pay heed to these proverbs. It's a very suspect notion.
This is the Situation Room.
Okay,
The only way to start your
A man and
day.
his twin daughters killed in a horror road crash. They've already been buried. This was a really sad story that we saw a couple of days ago. A man and his twin daughters who died in a grisly road accident in Tana River County on Sunday were buried yesterday in Garissa. The crash in Boji involved Ahmed Antar Amin's car and a lorry. Amin was the Northeastern Regional Director of the Kenya Bureau of Standards. Tana River Police boss Patrick Kafulo said the family was headed to Garissa from Mombasa, while the lorry was destined for Garsen from Hola. We had to establish what transpired, resulting in the collision, but we can confirm 3 people in the private car died on the spot, while 2 in the lorry are in hospital. Miss Amina Hilal, a family member, yesterday said that Amin had taken his girls, Najma and Naima, for Form 1 interviews at the Sheikh Khalifa School in Mombasa, and they were on their way back home when they were met their deaths. The girls were among the 2021 KCPE exam candidates whose results were released last week. They passed the test with flying colours. Their death is painful. The girls were candidates at Al Ibrahim Integrated School in Garissa. Najma had scored 399 marks, while Naima got 401. Amin was involved in collection and distribution of food to vulnerable families for the month of Ramadan. Mr. Kafulo warned motorists against using the Malindi-Garissa highway to observe road speeds and speed limits. Many have died on that spot. Is this not what we said? When we talked about this, I said, the most that we can do is warn folks, this is a black, or this is a black spot.
This is a black spot.
And that's it. right?
No re-engineering.
No. Just know it's a black spot. So come carefully. No sorting out of the road. No putting up of anything. Just know it's a black spot.
Yeah.
And mostly it's as a result of speeding on the bumpy road. So we already know it's a bumpy road as well, leading to loss of control of vehicles. Meanwhile, friends and relatives of the man and his children took to social media to share their messages of condolence. Abdi Omar, who reported the accident, said rescuers had a tough time removing the bodies from the wreck. And he reported the accident to the area police boss, who responded quickly. It's a very, very sad story.
It's a very sad story. I mean, the kids have performed exceptionally well. Yeah. You are now looking for what school they could join, come from one, and then track. And the three of them die on the spot. It's a very sad story. And we see this a lot. And the questions then must be directed to the authorities. What exactly do you do about, this accident black spots? If a spot has had more than one person dying at over a period of time, what have you done to mitigate? Don't just come and erect bumps. What else? Because it talks about something that needs to be re-engineered there so that you avoid the collisions.
Exactly.
It's something like, a truck was overtaking, and so a truck is overtaking at a bend or at a steep place. It needs a lot of work to be done, and it's a big issue. So there's some controversy and some row that has been stirred in Lake Victoria. For many years, under the cover of darkness, thousands of fishermen set sail from various beaches on Lake Victoria, their kerosene lamps illuminating the choppy waters. As they venture further into the deep waters, hundreds of sardine-like fish, popularly known as omena, leap out of the water and into their nets, which are then hauled into the boats. Although most of the fishermen shifted to solar lamps after environmental and health experts raised concerns about the widespread use of kerosene lamps on the lake for nighttime fishing, the trend is being reversed. The practice is mostly being perpetuated by fishermen from neighboring Uganda, where authorities have banned the use of the more efficient solar-powered lamps. WHO estimates that breathing kerosene fumes is the equivalent to smoking 2 packets of cigarettes a day, with 2/3 of adult females with lung cancer in developing nations being non-smokers. Many are probably due to smoking open fires and kerosene lamps. So Ugandan authorities have classified solar-powered lamps as part of the outlawed fishing gear, citing their impact on Nile perch production. According to Enoch Mwanje, a Uganda Revenue Authority supervisor based in Homa Island, the lamp complements the illegal fishing gear because its light reaches the bottom of the lake and disorients fish. So for that reason, they say this is hazardous to Nile perch production and breeding, so do not use the solar lamps.
But the solar lamp helps the fellas to fish.
It helps them fish omena.
But it's dangerous to the Nile perch.
It is dangerous to the Nile perch. So now Uganda fishermen, because they are not allowed to use solar lamps, they're coming back with kerosene lamps. Kenyan guys are using solar. 42-year-old Stephen Okoh, a fisherman who operates from Uhanya Beach and switched to solar lamps more than 7 years ago, says using kerosene for night fishing is extremely inefficient. It's dangerous and expensive. He says he spends at least 700 shillings daily to recharge his 5 solar lamps, which is still cheaper than using kerosene, whose cost has been on the rise over the years. Rechargeable lamps are providing a better option for us by cutting our expenditure on fuel. The lamps are powered by solar batteries and are fixed on floaters attached to the fishing boats. A fishing boat owner, Monica Akinyi, says the ban on solar lamps on the Ugandan part of the lake is a threat to the survival of the fish trade.
Okay.
On one hand, Ugandans are saying this is not good for Nile perch. Kenyans have been told kerosene is not good for your health.
The environment, the water. So which one? Which way?
And it's a shared lake. It's a shared lake.
So what to do here? Because then isn't the protection of the source the most important thing here?
Yeah.
So you can have something to fish tomorrow.
They need a conversation with Just the Kenyan and Ugandan authorities.
I would think so.
Just have this conversation and actually look at, okay, so what are the pros and what are the cons? If this is indeed affecting the breeding of Nile perch, what can be done as mitigation measures?
Exactly.
Because something needs to be done. It could be an issue. If it affects Nile perch breeding, then it's an issue. Yeah.
It is.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so another budget season, as we had talked about, of course, the budget is coming out, and this is probably a really heavy one. I know we're coming through to the top of the hour, but each year since 2018, the National Treasury has given the Big Four agenda special attention during the budget making, splashing billions of shillings in what it terms as drivers and enablers of President Uhuru Kenyatta's legacy projects. The Big Four was the prominent item in the 2019-2020 budget. Between 2018 and the financial year to June 2022, the government has allocated more than 1 trillion shillings to the Big Four agenda. Can you see that represented on the ground? You can? Okay. Just asking. The big spending on the Big Four continues in this year's budget, with Treasury making explicit its plans to continue spending heavily on the enablers to make it easy for public and private investments in the Big Four agenda projects. In the budget policy statement, Treasury said among the key areas of focus in the 2022-2023 budget would be the Big Four. Yet again, the budget framework has focused on the Big Four agenda, post-COVID-19 economic recovery strategy, and the strategy policy initiatives of the government to accelerate growth, employment creation, and poverty reduction. So that's where the budget will focus come this Thursday. While there is consensus that the government has covered some ground in getting the Big Four agenda ongoing, there is the view that it has fallen behind on many targets and entirely missing the mark on others. According to the Parliamentary Budget Office, despite some reported achievements under the Big Four agenda, the overall targets for each of the pillars has largely been missed. This implies that so far, implementation of the Big Four has not translated into expected outcomes. So, if this is it, the question is, why spend more on something that it is clear with what has been spent, you've missed the mark time and time again?
If you don't spend there and you start now spending elsewhere, does it
take away the problem?
Yeah,
or does it sort out the Big Four?
Is it better benefit?
It's a tough question.
Because those areas that the Big Four money has actually been going are areas of the economy that still need financial injection.
Indeed.
You're talking about manufacturing, nobody can argue with that. You're talking about health, nobody can argue with that. Food security, nobody can argue with that. Housing, nobody can argue with that. The only issue, and it has been said over and over and over again by Parliament, well, they don't say it, they just whisper it, is that there is no proper accountability for the funds that have been spent on these Big Four. There's no plan. And because you're not working with a plan that has milestones that you can measure against, there's nothing. We don't know. So we gave you money to spend. Yes, you told us you've spent. But what were you expected to achieve by this point? Have you achieved this? Do we know where you're going next? The National Treasury has never provided that. The Budget and Appropriations Committee always puts this in their report. But the unfortunate bit is they always come back and say, however, Mr. Speaker, we recommend that the House adopts this. Let down. Let's tell you about some counties. You know, we're talking about food security in the country. Water scarcity with a failed rainfall is a big issue. And for a number of years now, Colgate has been working with an NGO called Well Boring, which is a UK NGO. And in some 7 counties in Kenya, these are Kisumu, Siaya, Kakamega, Migori, Kwale, Kitui, and Homa Bay, they have provided 90 water wells at schools in all these 7 counties. This is just drilling the water wells in these counties, benefiting approximately 120,000 people. Due to the ongoing severity of the water shortage across rural communities, Colgate now wants to donate a further 30 water wells this year to benefit thousands of pupils, teachers, families, and communities by creating access to clean drinking water. We talk about very many other things. We forget about, when you're talking about food shortage, we only think of water when you're thinking of animals.
Yes.
But human beings seriously do need water. and it's potable drinking water.
This is true.
And this initiative that Colgate has been having over the last number of years in those 7 counties has improved. We'll tell you how you can also support Colgate in this particular initiative of making sure that people have access to clean drinking water. Good morning, 7 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Kenya Kwanza Alliance, led by Deputy President William Ruto, have blamed cartels for the skyrocketing food and fuel prices and called on the National Treasury to address the matter urgently. In a statement, the Deputy President said the high fuel prices were unprecedented and not due to ordinary market responses to global crude oil price dynamics. DP noted that Kenyans wanted an end to the issue of conflict of interest and state capture. It said the silence from the concerned government ministries was deafening and their inaction snowballing into a national catastrophe. This as President Uhuru Kenyatta signed into law 5 parliamentary bills, among them the 2022 Supplementary Appropriation Bill, also the Supplementary Budget. Others were the 2021 Copyright Amendment Bill, the 2020 Kenya Deposit Insurance Amendment Bill, the 2022 Industrial Training Amendment Bill, and the 2019 Employment Amendment Bill. The newly signed supplementary budget unlocks over 139 billion shillings exchequer funds for use in drought-related interventions, security operations, election preparedness, fuel stabilization, and settlement of pending bills, among other pressing public needs. Over 34 billion shillings from the supplementary budget has been allocated to the government fuel stabilization program aimed at cushioning Kenyans from high cost of fuel prices occasioned by the worsening global energy crisis. It is expected that the fuel crisis being experienced across the country will be solved moving forward. And President Uhuru Kenyatta has called for concerted efforts to scale up the war against graft, saying the fight against the vice forms the soul of the nation. While acknowledging that notable gains have been achieved in curbing corruption, President Kenyatta said the country cannot afford to sleep on it until the vice is completely eradicated. He was speaking in State House, Nairobi, where he witnessed the ceremonial handing over of 450 million shillings repatriated back to Kenya from Jersey. The funds were confiscated by Jersey authorities following the successful conviction of Windward Trading Limited for money laundering offences. The president also witnessed the handing over of 39 title deeds for corruptly acquired parcels of land to public entities and county governments worth over 5 billion shillings. Now, Suna East Member of Parliament Junet Mohammed claims that he has been summoned by the Directorate of Criminal Investigations over Raila Odinga's attack in Uasin Gishu. Junet made the claims on his official Twitter handle Monday afternoon. Junet becomes the first legislator from Raila Odinga's side to be summoned by the investigative body regarding the violence meted on ODM leader Friday. So far, the DCI have placed 3 lawmakers at the centre of the attack. They include Soy MP Caleb Kositany, Kapsaret MP Oscar Sudi, and David Kiplagat, the Speaker of Uasin Gishu County Assembly Sunday. The 3 recorded statements over the attack on Azimio la Umoja coalition presidential candidate while distancing themselves from the incident. According to the DCI, chaos erupted at the close of a burial ceremony in which Odinga was in attendance, and stones including other projectors were hurled at the former Prime Minister by incited youth, maliciously damaging his helicopter's windscreen. Meanwhile, the 17 suspects who are allegedly involved in the recent attack on Raila Odinga will remain in custody for 7 more days, according to the Chief Magistrate's Court. This will give the investigative officer ample time to conduct investigations into the matter. The prosecution had initially asked the court to allow the suspects be detained for 14 days at Eldoret police station to allow for conclusion of the investigation. The prosecution stated that the initial investigations have revealed that some of the suspects were sponsored and ferried to the burial from different parts of the country, and therefore their places of abode are not known. The judiciary has announced plans of operationalizing special courts in hotspot areas in a bid to expedite hate speech cases as the country gears up for the 2022 general election. Speaking during the ODPP Staff Election Preparedness and Sensitization Workshop, Chief Justice Martha Koome revealed the plans that will enable expeditious disposal of election offences matters that come to court. Part of the plans also included training program for the special magistrates. In February, CJ Koome gazetted 120 magistrates to serve as special magistrates to hear and determine matters relating to offences under the Election Offences Act. In South Sudan, President Salva Kiir and his Vice President Riek Machar have agreed to resume talks about integrating their rival forces and a unified command after weeks of escalating conflict between the sides. Kiir and Machar's forces signed a peace agreement in 2018 that ended 5 years of civil war, but the implementation has been slow and the opposing forces have clashed frequently over disagreements about how to share power. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Asseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
An early start to traffic hour, and we're seeing Uhuru Highway building out into the CBD and then out towards Westlands and on Gongor a little bit here and there. Langata Road also starting with that business of Tuesday morning. We'll keep an eye on that. And Jogo Road also getting towards the city at Landis Road there towards the Kamkunji roundabout. Looks pretty busy this morning. Outer Ring also feeding off towards the Thika Superhighway, and that's coming from the back end of things. Speaking of which, Thika Superhighway building up quite so, and we have bumper to bumper action all the way from the Utali Drift through to the Pangani underpass and then out into the city. We're also seeing some of that build up just at the Outer Ring junction coming from the Greater Thika Road, and that continues. Kiambu Road also doing the thing, and Limuru Road in and outbound traffic has started way past the junction towards the village market. That has already built up some coming out of Westlands as well on Wayaki Way, and some coming off of James Gishuru. Traffic hour has begun. Hope nothing goes too crazy. Let us know what it looks like where you are. I know a lot of folks are looking for petrol, but let's talk in a short while. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This
All right,
is the Situation
it is
Room.
8 minutes
The
after 7
only
on
way
the
to
fifth
start.
day of. Some will say it's April, but no. We say it's March 2022. Because this is the month that, at the end of this month,
Things are happening, man.
at the end of March, the price of electricity is going to come down.
By a further 15%.
Yeah. If we say we're in April, it means that the president has not met his... And we cannot really say that the president has not met his promise.
So you don't want to give room for the president to break his promise?
No, we're in March.
Okay.
We're in March. We still have time.
Ni sawa.
Sindio? Today's proverb, it's Eric and Ndu. City is chilling. Yeah, he'll come here. He'll have dyed his beard.
Cut his hair.
Cut his hair. He'll have undergone some laser eye surgery.
Panel beating of the body.
Yeah. City Muga will come here. Everybody will be saying, this man should be our MCR. This man should be our MCR. Why? Now, remember Mashujaa Day last year, we had an international guest visiting the country. This is the one that was in Kirinyaga. And we had a man who was the president of Malawi, who had lived in the country for many years.
Right.
And he came to visit us. He's Dr. Lazarus Chakwera. Remember him?
I remember that.
And he spoke fondly about his time in Kenya and what he had done when he visited and he worked in Buruburu. He's the president of Malawi. Today's proverb is from
Buruburu.
Mal-
Sorry.
It's from Malawi. And the proverb goes, leave her now and then if you really love your wife. Leave her now. If leave her now and then if you
Leave
really
her now and then.
if you really love your wife. Occasionally,
It's
step
good.
aside.
Absent makes the heart grow fonder.
Yeah, you see those kind of things.
Those things.
Yeah.
And it's how
Mm.
I agree wholeheartedly.
But tell her that you've left her for a
Tell
while.
her it's just for a while. How advice?
You have to explain to her. So now,
This is what's happening
you,
actually.
you need peace of mind. Are you saying I am not? I need to give you space. What are you telling me?
Why do you think this must be confrontational? She might just agree and say it's actually true.
I was actually
It's
wondering.
good for
when-
you. It's good
I-
for me.
I was
actually wondering when you would actually suggest this thing. Fear no green talk before.
I needed you to go yesterday. Why are you still here?
Can we be having this piece more often?
Yes. There's a friend of mine called Sam Gishoro. Sam Gishoro is a serial entrepreneur. Many people know him. He invests in tech. Says every year it takes a month away
From where?
from his family.
Really?
Solo holiday.
Wow.
A year, a month. Leave her now and then. If you really love your wife.
Indeed.
Yeah, that's what he does.
It's very interesting.
That's what he does. Now, the editorial in today's Standard is something that is quite provocative. The headline, we need to have an honest conversation on the state of the economy. There's just something wrong with the country right now, particularly its economy. For Kenyans, it seems everything that could be going wrong is going wrong. At every turn, they are being hit by increasing prices of essentials, and it appears things might get worse in the coming months before they get better, if ever they'll ever get better. Prices of basic commodities have spiked, pushing up the cost of living beyond the reach of millions of ordinary Kenyans. Some of the items that have left shoppers with a sticker shock include wheat flour, cooking oil, bar soap, detergents, petrol, sukuma wiki, spinach. We understand that some of this is not of our making. A restless global market that has been aggravated by first the COVID pandemic and second the war in Ukraine has pushed up the prices of cooking oil, wheat flour, fertilizer and oil. It has not helped that the country is still reeling from the aftershocks of a biting drought that depressed harvests. Nonetheless, with some foresight, some of this could have been avoided. This is the editorial in the Standard, and this is what the editors in the Standard are saying today. For example, the brinkmanship that has resulted in a shortage of petroleum products, all the oil marketing companies are asking for is the government to pay them their dues. Unfortunately, the government, in its element, has delayed with payments, leaving OMCs to continue operating. At some point, they'll be left with no product to sell because in an agreement they struck with the government, oil marketers have been foregoing their margins and selling petroleum at lower prices, awaiting to be compensated by the state. All that the government needed to do is pay up. Prompt payment is the only way to keep the wheels of the economy rolling. It is encouraging that the government has decided to come up with a fertilizer subsidy, a situation that will see the prices of this critical input slashed by more than half. However, the government needs to know that this subsidy has not taken effect in most outlets across the country. As of yesterday, farmers were reporting that most farm input shops were still selling a 50 kg of DAP fertilizer at 6,000 shillings instead of the 2,800 announced by Agriculture CS Peter Munya 4 days ago. Some follow-up is needed to ensure the full implementation of this directive. While to its credit, the government has been subsidizing retail cost of fuel, it's also one of the biggest contributors to the high costs owing to its tax regime on petroleum products. And such is the story on a number of products whose prices have been on the rise, including cooking gas. Perhaps it's time for the country, led by the lawmakers, to relook our tax regime. What is worrying is that the political class seems unbothered by the economic slump. Every one of them is busy with campaigns for the August elections without even stopping to think that should nothing change on the economy, they may have no country to govern. We need to have an honest conversation as a country.
I agree. You know what's happening here is that you're beating a horse that already is on its knees. And you're trying to get this thing, you're feeding it a little bit, giving it a bit of water and hoping that it will get on its feet and continue moving, whereby it's already at its lowest. And it really is time to rework and regroup and rethink. It's like during a basketball game. You call a timeout and you huddle and say, look, guys, this is not going. We've tried this. This shot is not working. Let's regroup and change the play. And I think countries can do that. You need to have a huddle. You say, come on, guys. Unless, of course, you don't want to win the game. This game of survival for Kenya, in terms of development and the economy and getting it on its feet and moving, unless you're not interested in winning this game, then you wouldn't be reworking things. You wouldn't call the huddle. But if you want to survive and thrive as an economy, if you want to make sure that your development is up to par, if you want to make sure that all these things are working in tandem, it is necessary to call the huddle. Call the huddle is not working. Here we are applying more money to projects that clearly for the last 4-5 years have not picked up. And you have an economy that is on its knees. You have people who cannot afford life anymore. When are you going to realize that you're losing the game and they're going into negative scores? And say, come on, guys, let's come together and see what we can do. But you're insisting on using the same play over and over and over again. You will not win the game.
But then, so let's say we have this conversation. What do you expect to see that's going to change? So the conversation will look at, yes, admittedly, the price of fertilizer has gone up. That's true. What do we attribute it to? We know what we're attributing it to. Cost of petroleum, war in Ukraine.
Right.
Cost of cooking oil has gone up. Why? Inputs. Cost of oil, fuel has gone up. Why? Global oil prices. So if we look at all these things and we say, okay, let's have an honest conversation, what are we going to say about after we've identified these are the main challenges right now?
What is the common denominator in all of the things that you've mentioned? There is the external factor.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Everything that you are getting into the country, everything that you are operating now, whether it's fertilizer, fuel, etc., some things you can't avoid, right? Fuel, obviously, because of mechanics, it is clear that you're going to have to get your fuel products from outside the country because there's no internal resource that can meet that need, right?
Yeah.
But there's some other things that you have mentioned. Last week, you had a conversation here with farmers and they said, you know what, guys, we know for a fact that some of the things that we need for fertilizer can be produced here in this country. But because the policies have not been applied, we cannot insist that they be done. How about looking internally to sort out some of these issues? Fertilizer that you know, for example, that can be produced in this country, then the policy just does not make it so. The inputs that we talk about, what about the policies that we have in place to look at the reduction of some of these inputs? Why can that not happen? Why can it not happen? These plants sitting collecting dust in many offices today. We have entire institutions whose job is just this. They know. There's drought-resistant seed. There's drought-resistant product. You mean to tell me that these folks cannot even tell you that, yeah, we have Cairo, continent-renowned, world-renowned in terms of the things that they've been able to do. Some of the most brilliant minds, for example, picked up by other countries and are now sitting in professorships outside the country and have developed some of these things. I think when you have that huddle, when you have that conversation, some of these things you can remove the external factor. You can produce fertilizers in-house. You can. We cannot say you can. The same people who have produced drought-resistant maize, the drought-resistant potato, cannot tell you how you can produce fertilizers locally. I'm sorry, but it can be done. Can you reduce the cost of inputs? 100% you can. Your neighbors are doing it. Why? In as much as the soils that they've told us in Tanzania and Uganda are better in terms of quality, that's acceptable. We understand that. But are there things that you can do here to make sure that you have internal sources? Yes, you can. And those are things that can start now. It's not a 5-year plan and then we'll implement and then maybe in the 10th year we will say no.
Mm-mm.
It's things you can do.
We can start
today.
having them rolling
that will
today.
significantly reduce the cost that people are crying about today. But where is the interest? Where is the interest? Can you do it? 100% you can. It's here.
So why aren't we doing it?
There's no interest. There's no will to get it done.
Who does not have interest?
Whose hands does it lie to make sure that, for example, government policy is established and becomes a thing that must then be done?
It's the same government of ours.
Do the Kenyans know? Yes. Farmers were crying here. We were here. Farmers were crying here, calling us here and telling us that, yes, we know, we see the stuff that goes into fertilizer, for example, is here in Kenya. Why can't we put it together locally? If there are people who are speaking about these things on a daily basis and making you realize, folks, you don't have to import fertilizer, for example. You don't have to import feeds because we can grow it here, for example. If there are people who are making noise on a regular, somebody's bound to sit up and take notice. The farmer is not the one who's going to walk into Ukulima house and say, do this for me today. No. The people who make the policy then are the ones who push for the implementation of the same.
But the farmer interacts with this policymaker at the ground level.
Exactly. Now, if you have regular discourse over and over again, over and over again. Look, an elastic band at some point, once you stretch it and stretch it and stretch it, at some point when you let go, two things will happen. It'll go far, it'll snap. And we're getting to the point here when things are about to snap. You don't want to get there. So maybe actually things need to snap then for you to realize what ought to be done.
You know what?
I keep saying,
the way you're sounding and the way the editorial in the Standard is sounding today is as if we are right there at the brink of the precipice.
Not yet.
Things are about to, because listen to what they said. At every turn, they are being hit by increase in prices of essentials. It appears things might get worse in the coming months before they get better, if ever they'll ever get better.
I don't think it's at the worst place
Is
yet,
it doom and
but
gloom?
I think it's
because we're talking
barreling-
about in terms of in coming months, this will actually spiral out of control.
I think it's barreling really quickly to that line. And that's why you have an opportunity to do something about it. It doesn't have to get to zero. But unfortunately, some things, when they do get to zero, is when you realize that you can do something about it. And that's when you have some of the most reformist things that you would ever see. When things get to zero. Because they say, the basement has no ground floor.
Unfortunately, going to zero is actually a very painful thing to very many people.
It is.
And they'll be
you will
innocent.
find that people who
the
have
people
been
who
at
suffer
zero,
are the innocents.
but the people who are suffering today are the innocent.
Yes. And
It's the
you
thing.
increase the number of the innocent people just so that the leadership can get... No, me, I don't want to pray for some kind of stuff.
No, you don't want to pray for it, of course. And that's what I'm saying.
Mm.
Here you have an opportunity when that thing is still going down that road. Here's the opportunity for you to start saying, okay, can we track back then and make sure that barrel doesn't hit the bottom? But we're all watching it go. We're all watching it go. And there's a budget coming on Thursday. You say, yeah, what we're going to do actually is these big projects. We're going to keep putting money in the big projects. Meanwhile, the things that you're talking about that could help this innocent that you're talking about, the majority of the population, nobody's paying attention to it.
Is it really getting that bad?
Eric.
This conversation, I have heard these words for the last, 6-7 years?
Take the one.
It's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse. It's
Has
gonna
it
get
gotten
worse.
better?
It's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse.
Has
It's
it
gonna
gotten
get worse.
better?
It's not
With
getting better.
1,000 shillings today, with 1,000 shillings today, if you walked into a supermarket today with 1,000 shillings, do you know that you cannot, no way, buy the same things that you did 6 months ago? Not even saying a year ago. 6 months ago to the day. You'll be surprised at what you're able to get that you didn't before. 6 months. It's not getting better. And here you are with an opportunity to make sure that things... But here we are saying that, all right, we're going to keep pouring... You're going to keep putting money in these projects that folks still cannot realize. Over the last 4 years, you put money into the Big Four agenda.
Yeah.
Health, for example.
Yep.
And today, not yesterday, not last year, today you still have a situation whereby people are walking into hospital and they cannot get medicine. Cancer patients cannot get treatment in public hospitals where health has been receiving huge monies from this same budget, we're being told come Thursday that the CS is going to still put more money in these projects. And the same Thursday, there will be people with cancer who walk into public hospitals and will not be able to get treatment. What are you doing?
There are more facilities. Let's balance it out. Yes, there are more facilities where people have access to cancer treatment.
Mm-hmm.
There are more facilities where people have access to dialysis, for example.
Yes.
There are more facilities. Where has the investment gone? You can see there's an increase in the number of facilities. Is there an increase in the number of professionals who are able to offer this? Is there an increase in the equipment available? Yes. There's a movement towards something.
Eric, I completely
We have not
agree
achieved
with you.
it.
I completely, this is the thing, I completely agree with you. But have you heard the story of the frog who was put in warm water and there was some fire put under the water? As the temperatures increased, the frog didn't really know what was going on. So it just got a little bit warmer, acclimatized, got warmer and warmer until the thing was boiled to death. And this is the thing, whereby you can say that, all right, you can see an improvement here and there. Commensurate to the amount of funding that is available and what was actually spent, can you say that the facilities that you see on ground, the things that you see having improved over time, can you say that shilling for shilling, shilling for value, shilling for filling, we have gotten every shilling that has been spent, we have gotten value commensurate to that shilling? And unfortunately, the answer is no. It is the same thing that you're put into this conditioned thinking that, all right, we should have a road with the tarmac, but we've got a graded road. There's an improvement. So you should be all right with it, and you should not. Should not. Has there been improvement? Absolutely. Can we say that there's been work done? 100%. Is it commensurate to what has been spent and what should be done? It is not. And we can't run away from that fact. Should it be much better? 100% it should.
So are we in an economic crisis, or are we almost in an economic crisis?
I think it's getting to a crisis. It's getting to that point. It's getting to that point. That without the intervention of the government yesterday, which for you also, by the way, you're still a bit conflicted about whether it really work, that there was about to be a fuel crisis in this country, that people were not going to be able to move, and almost immediately it affected the cost of transport, it affected the cost of food, it affected the cost of movement from one place to another, farm to market, etc., in days. Without the intervention of the president yesterday, signing of this bill, what would have happened whereby now you see people jubilating? When is the last time you saw something like that in this country? And you already have said, come 14th of April, you don't even know what that's going to be, because it's a stopgap measure for the next couple of days. What's going to happen in the next 9 days? You don't know. You don't know. Is it time for a huddle? Absolutely. How do you turn this thing around? Absolutely.
You know, I'm just wondering, I mean, the leadership, as you've seen the photos from State House yesterday, as the president was signing this, flagged by the Solicitor General and the others, you want to tell me that the president does not know where we are heading? If you listen to the president as he speaks about his legacy, as he speaks about where the country was when he took over and where the country is as he's leaving office, he's seeing that there's been progress.
You're seeing there's been progress. I'm seeing there's been progress. But isn't that the conditioning of the mind? That
and he's also saying that, okay, so with the kind of situation that we are in, yes, we're going to face some external factors that are now going to affect us. We have a global pandemic. It comes, it also affects our country. Fortunately, it has not become a huge medical emergency in this country as compared to other countries, but economically it has impacted us. We had to shut down. We had to slow down our economic activity. The government needed to look for money elsewhere. The government needed to give some tax incentives to taxpayers. It had to look for money to jumpstart the economy. That is something that has affected the economy. Then there is now the global crisis with the war in Ukraine. This is also affecting the way things are moving. However, on a long term, these are bumps. They're bumps. They're not necessarily, like cliff hangers that this is it. From this point on, we just go tumbling down. There are bumps on a journey.
Of course, there are. And I think that's also realizing that, yes, there are bumps on the journey. There will definitely be things that will pose as challenges along the way. But remember, before COVID,
Yes.
Before COVID, there was, even before that hit in this country, there were already the cries coming out and saying, hold on, guys, where we are in terms of borrowing, we're already not being able to see exactly where we are going. There was already a problem there. There will be bumps anywhere, but are you sure? Are you sure of where it is that you're going? In terms of development plans, in terms of economic plans, in terms of keeping your budgets tight, can you see clearly where you're going? And this is the thing, that there are many countries on the planet replete with examples of what can possibly happen if you don't keep things tight. We've seen countries have to be bailed out on a regular basis. Some have to hand over their country's assets because they're not able to pay their loans. We've seen the examples of things that have happened like that. But here you are. It is not possible that the people of Kenya are crying on a daily basis about how they cannot afford life. And then you're saying, things have improved. Things have improved. They've gotten better. But people cannot afford life on a daily. We have people today. Remember, we're going into another term of school come April. We finished a year in 9 months. There are people who have not been able to pay their children's school fees. They are in arrears for a year.
Yep.
A term came in back to back to back because of what happened. They've not been able to pay. We can blame it all on COVID, or we can also look at the fact that there's contributory elements when it comes to how things are being run. Absolutely. So already you're in a depressed situation. Add a pandemic, add a war here and there, add inflation, all these things. And what I'm saying is, it is time to say, what do we need to do to make sure we stop this barrel?
We're entering turbulence. Sit back, fasten your seatbelts. The plane is not about to crash. That's what I'm saying. It's not about to crash. But what I'm hearing is that this plane is about to crash. And I'm like, really?
No, I think what you're hearing is that if something isn't done, if the captain doesn't have his wits about, if you don't have your safety belts on, there's a potential for crash. And what it looks like is that we're entering into this turbulence and nobody's really concerned that, okay, things could get a bit iffy. So we're just kind of going along and say, just a cloud or a bump or two, we'll get through it. And this is the thing, not that we will crash, but if we do not put these markers in place, it's inevitable what will happen.
Let's hear from you, 0719-012-600. So the conversation today is, we need to have an honest conversation on the state of the economy. Do we? Do we have to have this conversation on the state of the economy? Is the economy really at that point where we're saying it's about to crash in this country? Is it about to crash? We've heard it from very many people. Where we are heading right now, it's going to hit rock bottom. Are we really going to hit rock bottom? Do you feel that? 0719-012-600. We'll pick your calls after the break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
The only way to live your best life is to create a balance between work, love, and play.
Smoking shisha and releasing things on your smoke like a Subaru.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
And you want God to give you a man who has a mission and a vision.
You may create an illusion of, because he's younger, he's interested in me or he likes me, but he's using me.
Text the word adult to 22840 to get the latest clips from Adults in the Room directly to your mobile phone. SMS adults to 22840.
The Adults in the Room.
I hope you don't believe that Hustler is a poor person. Hustler is a person who is making a living through hard work.
The group of leaders we are having now, Kenyans, listen, the chemical composition is the same. You will mold them to ODM, then NASA, you mold them to Kano, mold them to Jubilee, mold them to any other different color sometimes, but the chemical composition is the same.
It's not about me as Nurdin Haji, but it's about the constitution that I swore to protect. So when individuals attempt to hoard those powers and they want to be investigators and also prosecutors, then of course I have to defend that position, because that position is in the constitution and that's what Kenyans wanted.
I'll tell you what happens is that when you ignore court orders, you're creating and quoting anarchy.
then you create a very dangerous precedent.
A story is told of the first president of the country who also went to visit Mathare, presidential tour. Yeah? And of course, he went to this place and he introduced himself. So one of the embassies.
At 19 degrees, Nairobi is mostly cloudy. We'll see highs of 27 and lows of 16 today. It's sunny at 15 in Nakuru, highs of 28 and lows of 13. 12 will be the low in Nyeri, where it's partly sunny at 14, going to highs of 26. And Eldoret is cloudy at 15, highs of 27 and lows of 13. We're looking at mostly cloudy conditions in Mombasa at 28, highs of 33 and lows of 25, while it is mostly cloudy in Malindi at 28. We'll see highs of 33. The sun is out in Kisumu at 21, highs of 30 and lows of 19, while Kakamega is sunny at 21 as well. It'll go to highs of 32 and lows of 16. Kampala is sunny at 21, highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 32 in a partly sunny Dar es Salaam at 26. Currently at 13 degrees, Johannesburg is sunny, highs of 22 and lows of 12. It's raining still in Lagos at 28, with highs of 33 down to lows of 27. It's mostly clear in Kinshasa, highs of 33 and lows of 24.
Spice up your life.
All right, at a few minutes after 7:30, we're still seeing it building up quite some on the Thika Superhighway today, getting out into the city. We're also seeing in and outbound traffic on Mombasa Road, going towards North Airport Road, not too bad. Bumper to bumper just at that junction as you head out to the overpass, then going towards North Airport Road. On Jogger Road, that built up really early, and we're looking at bumper to bumper all the way from Hamza out, then towards the roundabout at City Stadium, and then through to the Kamkunji roundabout. Into the city, jam-packed, guys, all from all parts of Nairobi. We're also looking at it still on the Thika Superhighway, really heavy now, as well as Kiambu Road. I think folks wait for 7:30 and then boom, there's traffic everywhere you look. All right, let's keep an eye on things coming out of Westlands as well. We're going to see that Ring Road Westlands pack up and then probably spill over to Chiromo. Let's watch out for that. What's happening where you are, folks? Let us know. SpiceFM KE on Twitter, text 40127.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up
23
yourself.
to 8. The conversation continues with Eric Latiff and Okoh. This is the Situation Room on SpiceFM, online, YouTube and Facebook, and www.spicefm.co.ke. So we want to hear from you on 0719-012-600, because we are in a situation where, yes, we are seeing the rising cost of everything. Fuel shortage, well, we understand that it's because the subsidy had not been paid to the marketers. The money that was supposed to be going to cover for the marketers' margins was not being remitted by the National Treasury. Now, the President has signed the supplementary budget, which is going to release some 34.4 billion shillings or so to go towards the marketers. Nesa Sawa. But then we also have rising cost of cooking oil, rising cost of flour, rising cost of what do you want to just put anything?
Anything, oil, sugar, cooking fat, whatever it is you want to say.
Rising cost of living.
Of life.
Right? Everything has gone up. And then that raises the conversation, what is it that is exactly happening in the country? We need to have an honest conversation on the state of the economy. The editorial in the Standard today saying, if we don't have a conversation soon, then we are going to have a problem in coming days. Should we really have this problem, this conversation at this point? Okay, so let's even adjust this question. Is the economy about to hit rock bottom? Is Kenya's economy at that point where, without urgent intervention, without concerted effort, without open dialogue, addressing the issues and saying, this is where we are, guys, press stop, don't pause, press stop, and let's review. if we don't do this, we are going to hit rock bottom. Are we at that level?
No, I don't think so. But look, when you're, I don't know, these examples are just jumping out at me today. When you're traveling to a malaria-prone zone, do you get your shot in the arm when you're there? Or do you say, all right, I'm going, let me do a vaccine, for example? Do you start to vaccinate yourself when you already are in the zone? No, you do it before. You know that there's a potential for danger, so you sort yourself out before you get to that brink. I'm not saying that, look, without it, it's going to collapse tomorrow and you're going to need global welfare and et cetera, et cetera. That's not what I'm saying. But you can see the signs. You can see the signs and symptoms as bright as day. They're about to smack you in the face. Why not do something about them? You're trying to develop at the same time. You're trying to save an economy at the same time. You're trying to make sure that the livelihoods of folks are thriving. Why wouldn't you take a step back and say, hold on, folks, this direction in which we are going is actually not healthy. Economically, developmentally, it is not healthy. Can we take a moment and say, if we don't put 1, 2, 3 in place, then we will get to that place whereby you're going to have to look for global welfare. And that's it. That you can see the signs and they're showing themselves to you. How about you do something about it? Unfortunately, and maybe fortunately, those people who have had to lift themselves out of economic turmoil got to zero, got to ground zero, got to the point where, look, man, it's either you sink or swim. And they said, you know what, we're not going to swim, we're not going to sink because we have all these people who are depending on us. But they got to the point whereby they had nothing. They had either been devastated by war, they had been devastated by economic depression, there were things that had come about, there was war, there was famine, there was disease, and they said, well, here we are, we're at zero, let's use this now to start to climb up. Basement has no bottom floor, right? Here you are, and you're saying you don't have to get to the bottom floor. You don't have to get there. Can you see the indicators that would tell you that things are not looking good? And can you do something about them?
Okay.
And I think that's where this is the point at which the economy is.
So everybody's pretending that they are seeing something.
Pretending that they're seeing what?
Yeah, that they're seeing that there's a problem, including opposition leader William Ruto. The opposition leader William Ruto, speaking at current residence of the deputy president, yesterday released a statement and he said, the nation of Kenya is groaning. We are in collective anguish and economic distress. The devastating effects of this current economic crisis is now manifest in the artificial fuel shortage and skyrocketing prices of basic food items. So, for example, they are giving us the way things have been going. The skyrocketing prices of food items have pushed the cost of living beyond the reach of millions of Kenyans. Many farmers are failing to plant because the price of fertilizer moved from 3,000 to 7,000 per 50 kilogram bag. Cooking gas that was selling at 2,300 in February is now sold at 3,350. The price of 10 litres of cooking oil was 1,450. Now it's 3,100. And as already stated, fuel shot up from the 135 to between 150 and 205. Hospitals that rely on fuel to maintain life support equipment are equally in a crisis. All those issues, the Deputy President was speaking as the opposition leader. He said the Treasury must rise to its constitutional accountability and live up to the Public Finance Management Act. Failure to do the right thing will convert the National Treasury into a cog in state capture and corruption that will destroy our country.
Right.
We demand that public officials responsible listen to the agonized cries of millions of suffering Kenyans and abandon their exclusive and destructive subservience to cartels and the barons of state capture and do something about the rapidly deepening economic crisis. Statement signed by the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, led by their leader, William Samoei Arap Ruto, PhD, leader of the official opposition, or deputy president.
Everything he said is true. Okay? That it came from him, I'm sorry, then that is qualify that something else, because he is a part of this government that through which has overseen things over the last 9 years. So he cannot absolve himself from any kind of responsibility when it comes to where the country currently is. It doesn't matter. Handshake, no handshake, in and out of government, doesn't matter. You bear the title, you bear the responsibility. So I don't think he can run away from what has happened. He can say whatever he wants. He can put it on paper. Doesn't matter. He cannot absolve himself from it. Now, if it was somebody else who was speaking, they say, okay, fine, qualify that. there's nothing he has said which is untrue. In terms of the fact that Kenyans are suffering, Kenyans have had to spend more, that there are cartels who run different things from agriculture to health to, some have even said education, right? We know this. Now, have they done something about it in the manner in which they ought to? No. You know, usually when they say you get to the point where you can accept that there's a problem, that's the first point. Accept there's a problem. You're not even going to deal with what has happened before. Moving forward, what can you do? And this is what I'm saying. This is the opportunity. This is the time to say, okay, guys, we may have mucked up here and there. Can we do something about it to fix it? And the answer is yes, you can. But until and unless you take that moment and say, all right, realization that there is an issue which needs attention today, we're just going to continue dancing about. Something can be done today.
So what do you consider what the Deputy President was saying, a realization that there's a problem?
Look, I think he's playing politics, unfortunately. He's using this platform to play politics. It is not the first time. Just like you said, you've given a brilliant example, Eric. Over the last how many years, there has been, okay, let's forget about the years. 2 weeks. Agriculture said we are going to lower fertilizer costs from whatever to 2,800, from 6,000 shillings to 2,800 shillings. Has not happened. This is a conversation that has been had in this country for years. Reduce the cost of fertilizer has never been done to the point whereby farmers can thrive. Has not been done. Right? The Deputy President cannot say that he does not have any idea how this conversation has been happening. He himself was Minister for Agriculture at some point, knows very well what the conversation was. You cannot come today and then say, as though you've had a eureka moment and you've realized, oh, people are suffering. Kenyans cannot afford life. What? We on the other side of government then are realizing this. Stop it. He unfortunately cannot qualify that with any kind of truth.
You know,
unfortunately.
And that's what I'm telling you.
Because he's been in this mix this whole time.
That's what I'm telling you. When I hear all these, statements coming from the various quarters, this happens in every election cycle. This is what will happen. Some issues will be, there will be a rise in the cost of living. There will be importation. Importation windows will be opened for wheat, for flour, for maize. Importation windows are going to be opened for fertilizer. And all these things will be called subsidies. And all we're doing is we're raising money for the corruption cartels to run their campaigns.
Yep.
Okay? Then we'll come back to normal. These prices, they'll stabilize.
But is it normal?
September, they will stabilize.
They will stop going higher.
They will stop going higher.
But they would have increased, Eric.
Yes, but then they'll start declining to a certain level. They will not come back to where they are right now. Are we in an economic crisis? We are not.
No, that's what I'm saying.
We're in a political issue. It's a theft crisis.
But do you wait until things get to the point where things have been stolen, including the shoe on your foot, and then you cannot do anything about it?
Now, what I'm having a problem with is by saying, let's have an economic conversation. We may have what we may call an economic conversation, but then is it really an economic conversation? Anyway, let's go to the phone line, 0719 012 600. Anthony in Mombasa, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Very well, thanks. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm very happy you're having this conversation because yesterday evening there was a hot debate where we worked about what the Deputy President said.
Yep.
But, okay, from my take is, I don't know what our problem is. Is because the Deputy President has raised some issues. Now, unfortunately, no one is interested in the issues that he has raised. All they are interested is that he is the Deputy President. He was there. He was blah, blah, blah. Everyone is attacking the message.
Yeah.
Yes, he has been there. What he has done, he has exposed how things have been done. That every cycle, our economy goes to the dogs because people play politics. They need to raise money, and this is one of the ways they do it. Now he has exposed it. I'm not saying he has never benefited from it, but he has exposed it. Now the discussion is not what he has exposed. The discussion is that he has been benefiting from it. Now Why is he telling us it now? We are supposed to raise critical questions. What has he talked about? There's this bill that is being delayed on purpose. Let us find out where that bill is. There are people being favored about this fuel system importation.
Okay.
Let us ask about that process. But what are we talking about?
We're
We are
talking
talking about why the deputy president is saying it now.
The question is, Anthony,
Yes.
is he revealing information that people did not have? Has he come out with an expose like the deputy president has said, you know what, guys?
What's really happening?
What exactly is happening here is this, and the other. Or is he just coming to tell us what we already know? The price of fuel has gone up. The price, and he puts it in bold, the price of cooking gas has gone up. 10 liters of cooking oil was 1,450. It's now 3,100. Okay, so what's new?
Yes. So, is there supposed to be a debate on how or why it's going up, or why is he saying it now? Which is the debate?
Both.
What are we supposed to be discussing?
Both.
Yes.
Is that not so?
But now look at where the efforts are. The efforts are, why are you saying it now? We have always known this. But no one has ever bothered even raising a question.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Now he's speaking about it. Yes, it's late. He has benefited from it. But he has raised it. It's now public knowledge. Maybe in some quarters people always knew about it, but now we can literally ask the Treasury, why did you transfer these funds from the petroleum levy? Why? You know, this is something that was discussed by the report from Gladys Wanga.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's in public domain. Yesterday you were talking with the anti-corruption, trying to tell them if it's possible they can publish names. But they tell you it's in public domain. You get, so we are also passing the blame. So right now we've been given an information.
Okay.
Yes. So let's do something with that.
What should we do with this information? What should we do with the information now? What is it that we can do right now that would have an impact on the current state of affairs?
Yes. Okay. Why did the Treasury transfer those funds? Why?
Mm-hmm.
Was it illegal? If it was, has there any action been taken?
Mm-hmm.
If not, why? Then, what about the bill? The bill apparently is suggesting that it's being kept away. It's supposed to go for the first reading, yet it's not nowhere to be seen.
Mm-hmm.
So why? You know, those are now the questions. Call the parliament people, call everyone. Why is this happening this way? So that it does not happen the next election cycle.
Okay.
Yes.
That's asante sana, Anthony.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. 0719-012-600. We're in a state. Are we in a state that we need to have this open conversation, honest conversation, all of us as a country? The deputy president has talked about it. So shall we be debating the deputy president's speech, or shall we be debating the state of affairs? Shall we be looking for solutions going forward? Robert in Nandi County, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, sir.
All right. What are your...
How are you people?
We are very well, thank you.
Yeah, I think we have a problem in this country,
Uh-huh.
Especially the time of politics.
Yes.
Yeah, I think this thing has been used for quite some time now, that during a politics time, we tend to leave the issues, but then look for something that is very touchy to the lives of the people.
Yep.
Ignite it and then catalyze it to a point whereby it is so sensitive to the people, and then leave them behind and then concentrate on that. It has been individuals before.
Yep.
During the Kebaki's time, or even maybe tribal clashes na kitu kama hicho. So we look for something that is very touchy to the people, blow it up kabisa, and then turn to the side that you look like you are the saint yourself, while the guy that you are against is the devil, yeah?
Yeah.
In that sense, you mobilize your people to look like, yeah, you are the saint. Pateni mimi na ile mwingine is the devil. Unfortunately, this time, There is nobody who can be tempted the devil. Sasa kinaumana. So, and that is why everybody is trying to look for something that he can really blow it up. Ya tumie kupata kura.
So what is the issue this time? The issue is cost of living?
That happening here. You are aware. Walianza, pesa ya chakula imeenda juu. Haikushika. They come to, nini, now they are on fuel. And they are really trying to find something that is so touchy that they can use to blow it up and then they themselves become the saints, while the other guys become the devil.
Okay. So let's separate two issues though, Robert.
Yes.
So you're saying that there is an issue, yes. There's a high cost of living. But then somebody else is trying to use it to gain political mileage.
That is the thing.
Okay.
What else? Because these things have been there. You have to tell me the subsidy thing has been here for the first time for fuel only. It has been there for agricultural products. It has been there for other products. Yeah. But why would it be that it is now an issue when it is only touching what? Fuel? And then the other thing that I'm really asking myself, now if the guys who are responsible in implementing things that are supposed to be lowering those prices for the commodities for our Kenyans are the ones asking the questions, you and me will ask what?
Kabisa. Thank you, Robert. Have a good day.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Let's cross over to Baringo. Tanui, good morning.
Good morning, Eric.
Good morning, Tanui. Where are you in Baringo?
No, I'm in Eldamaravine.
Eldamaravine.
And in Eldamaravine, we've got a lot of issues. Especially, we would like to complain to this government. But then through what channel? Because the media pretends not to understand what's happening in the ground, as we call it. And you focus on related issues. I really am so angry towards the media. Because you people are on a platform where you have all this knowledge. You know the ins and outs of what's happening in the government. But you really let us down by not addressing the issues head on.
What issue would you like addressed?
Now, for example, the issues raised by the Deputy President. These are the questions that the media should be asking these guys when they come to your studios. But you don't. Munakujaga muna pampa, ask soft questions, not asking the hard questions. Right now, you see, like there's a guy who said that right now you are asking, the wrong questions about the statement released by the Deputy President. You are addressing the messenger instead of asking the questions on what he really meant. Because the information right there, for example, I'll give you an example of the 39 billion shillings that he talks about had been planned to subsidize this fertilizer thing and whatever. But then he said that money had been diverted to infrastructure without following due process. Okay. And now there is another this bill that was signed yesterday by the president, the 34 billion. So the 34 billion will be used to cater for the subsidy that had been budgeted earlier, with a 39 billion that has not been accounted for. So why don't you media go and try to find out where did the 39 billion go? Is it true? Is it not true?
Those questions, Tanui, they have been in the media for a while. This conversation was there before the Gladys Wanga committee on finance. The questions were asked. The questions have been asked other times. The issue of the pending petroleum taxes regulations and that bill has been there before Parliament. The question, though, is as much as the Deputy President would ask those questions, he boasts of having members of Parliament. Have those questions been asked by his members in Parliament? Is that not also a legitimate question?
Okay, the legitimacy of your questions has got some limit. Remember that around 2019, the deputy president, there is something the president did in signing the what is it called? And there is some restructuring in the presidency that he did. He stripped the deputy president of some roles and has assigned them to the cabinet secretary Matiang'i. Okay, and from there on, it was in the public domain that the president was rendered jobless. In as much as he holds a public office, the deputy of the president office, he is jobless there.
Was he jobless yesterday when he spoke, Shanui? I mean, this one I've got to ask you directly. If the deputy president was jobless last year, he could have spoken about these things last year. Why is he speaking about them now? We've got to ask him because he's earning from state coffers. We pay that every livelihood of this man in Karen. The breakfast he's having this morning is taxpayers paid.
Remember the Constitution, Eric. Remember the Constitution says that the deputy president, whatever duty, whatever thing he does in the government office, depends on what the president assigns it to him.
Okay.
So he is in an office where he is waiting for the president to bring him a task to execute. So if the president doesn't come with something for him to do anything.
He can't do anything.
Okay, so he must wait until he's given something to do.
Sawa.
Okay.
Chanui?
Of course, that's what the Constitution says.
Sawa, asante.
And you cannot blame someone.
We are actually, you're the one who's dragged us into a conversation to discuss the deputy president's speech. We are talking about the state of the economy. The questions that he has raised, legitimate or not, they form part of the conversation. His position also forms part of the conversation. But we thank you very much, Tanui. Asante for calling.
Okay.
Asante. Let's hear from Daniel in Kericho. Good morning.
This call is now being recorded.
Good morning, Eric and Du. How are you?
Daniel, the call is now being recorded by who?
Oh, sorry.
Call recording has now ended.
Okay. We'll continue the conversations coming up in the next hour. A very good morning to you. It's 8 a.m. Actually, we had missed the time.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
To fast-track the construction and complete the classrooms in time for inspection purposes so that they can get the go-ahead to admit grade 7 students from next year. Muga noted that in urban areas such as Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, Nakuru, Eldoret, where there were more private primary schools and very few secondary schools, private school owners should put up the CBC classrooms to address demand next year. The hearing of a murder case facing Malindi Member of Parliament Aisha Juma and a bodyguard Geoffrey Otieno kicked off at the Mombasa law courts. Juma and Otieno have been charged with the alleged killing of an ODM supporter, John Ngumbao, during the Ganda ward by-elections in 2019. One of the 5 witnesses, Alfred Kahindi, told Judge Anne Onginjo that on the fateful day, Juma went to Ruben Katana's home where a meeting was taking place and accused police officers of not executing her orders to bar the meeting. It said Juma then threatened to execute the order herself, ordering her supporters to burn down the host house. During cross-examination by the defense counsel, Katana stated that Juma had gone to the house to kill the deceased brother. The matter continues today with 4 more witnesses lined up. The National Treasury will disburse 5.9 billion shillings under the new supplementary budget to address ongoing drought-related challenges in various parts of the country as millions stare at hunger. The money will be spent to cushion farmers in affected areas by purchasing their livestock through Kenya Meat Commission as well as securing relief food. The Ministry of Defence has been allocated 1.4 billion shillings to finance the livestock uptake program through KMC, while the State Department for Devolution has been allocated 1.6 billion shillings for direct mitigation efforts. Additionally, 2.4 billion shillings has been allocated to the State Department for Social Protection, Senior Citizen Affairs and Special Programs to cater for relief food to support families affected by drought, while 900 million shillings will be disbursed to the State Department for arid and semi-arid lands for drought management activities. Now, the 47th extraordinary meeting of the EAC Council of Ministers is currently underway in Arusha, Tanzania via hybrid format. The meeting is being held through the sessions of senior officials, permanent, principal, under-secretaries and the ministerial session. The meeting is considering progress report on financial and administrative matters of the community. At the ministerial session, the council is expected to appoint candidates into various vacant positions in the EAC organs, institutions and projects in line with the EAC staff rules and regulations. Now, the rising cost of essential goods will likely drag full recovery of Kenya's hotel industry, where majority are yet to report some same level of operations prior to COVID-19 outbreak. Hotel industry, which relies heavily on food and fuel for their daily operations, expect their operational expenses to rise significantly as prices of essential items continue to rise. Kenya has seen the cost of key commodities rise significantly in what policymakers attribute to external factors including the Russia-Ukraine war, which has seen prices of wheat and oil rise globally. And the Rugby Africa Under-20 Bathurst Trophy gets underway this Saturday at Nairobi's Nyeri National Stadium. The tournament, which serves as the Africa's Under-20 Championship, features 8 teams and will be played on a knockout basis over 3 match days. There will be 4 quarterfinals fixtures on Saturday 9th of April, with the semi-finals set for Wednesday 13th April at the same venue. The title decider will be played on Sunday 17th of April. Former champions Namibia will get the tournament underway when they face Cote d'Ivoire in the opening fixture, paving the way for second clash between Tunisia and Zimbabwe. Madagascar, losing finalists in 2021, will take on Zambia. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aceto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, in traffic hour proper, and we're looking at it building up on Gong Road today, heading out towards the city, and it has built up as well on Langata Road a little bit here and there as you're getting to the T-Mall roundabout, but nothing too bad in that area. We're looking at Uhuru Highway, then into the city, out towards Westlands. Speaking of Westlands, coming off Waiyaki Way, quite some this morning, and the Thika Superhighway has done brilliantly well, not too much. And then heading out just towards Pangani's, where we'll see some of that building up now. Jogo Road, your normal ebbs and flows of traffic through and through, going towards Landis Road and out towards Kamkunji at the roundabout. So nothing too crazy in terms of traffic this morning. We'll keep an eye on things through the morning and hopefully we can keep things just so. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter, text 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 minutes after 8, Kenya's biggest conversation. It continues. Welcome to The Situation Room. If you're just joining us, it's Eric Latiff and Ndu Okoh today. C.T. Muga is away. He's taking a break. He'll be back next week, God willing. The conversation continues all over the world on SpiceFM KE, on YouTube and Facebook, and also on www.spicefm.co.ke. At the same time, it's happening on SpiceFM around the country, in Nairobi, in Mombasa, in Kisumu, in Nakuru, Eldoret, Nyeri and Malindi, in addition to being live on KTN Home for the next 1 hour. And a very good morning to everybody who's joining us on KTN Home. We're expecting a guest, and this is the chairman of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Richard Ngatia, who is vying for governor of Nairobi, moving from business into politics, but also focusing on the state of Nairobi as a county and as a business hub. How is it doing? How are we doing? Gatia will be joining us shortly. In the meantime, we have the day's proverb, and it is a Malawian proverb. Leave her now and then if you really love your wife. Leave her now and then if you really love your wife.
Interesting.
Occasionally, just step aside.
I agree.
Give each other space. Breathing space. Okay? If you really love one another, it's important to get some moment to think.
For yourself.
For yourself.
Indeed.
And then you come back. That's the whole essence of the conversation. Is it or is it not?
That what?
Is that the essence of the proverb?
Yeah.
You think?
I think so.
You think?
Give some space also for your own reflection and theirs as well.
It's like they're saying, the Malawians, that this is one of the, important elements of showing each other love, of ensuring that you keep the embers of love burning. As you give each other space. Once in a while.
The lyricist this morning, aren't you?
Kabisa, senior.
Wow.
Kabisa, right? So there's a lot that we'll be talking about, even continuing the conversation. What we were discussing in the previous hour. We are in a state that we say, let's have a conversation as a country. Let's have this conversation, all of us as a country. Where are we heading? For us to get to that level of that conversation, these are the conversations we'll have through the rest of the week. Yesterday, the president signed the supplementary budget plus other laws. The supplementary budget then unlocks some money. That one is 34 billion shillings goes into the subsidy payment for the subsidy. There's more money for the Electoral and Boundaries Commission. There's more money coming in to shore up Kenya Airways. There's money going into other parastatals that are not doing so well. There's money to continue preparing for the election in terms of security. And then on Thursday, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury, Okoh, is scheduled to appear before Parliament, where he will then present the next financial year's budget. He'll talk about how much he needs to raise, how he hopes to raise this money. And there'll be another conversation. How much of this money that we are raising locally in terms of taxes and revenues is going into paying debt? How much of this money is then going into to support the Big Four agenda that has been the hallmark of budgeting and financing in the last 5 years? Every year, money goes into the Big Four agenda. And in fact, the Standard has a very beautiful graphic that they've done today on how much money has basically just been going into the Big Four since the beginning of 2018-2019 budget. 460 billion shillings went into it. In the 2019-2020 budget, 450 billion shillings went to the Big Four agenda. 2020-2021, 128 billion shillings. 2021-2022, 142 billion shillings. Of all those, what are the promises in the Big Four? One is affordable housing, and the target was get 500,000 affordable homes by the end of 2022 and reduce the cost of home ownership by 50%. Some things have happened. Yes, a few thousand affordable houses have been built. We have the Kenya Mortgage Refinancing Corporation that has been set up, is operational. We have several things that are going on. In terms of universal health coverage, actualize 100% cost subsidy on essential health services and reduce medical out-of-pocket expenses by 54% as a percentage of household expenditure. How far are we on that? The president rolled out the nationwide UHC the other day. Is it operational yet? Not yet. We have restructuring of the NHIF, continued industrial action by medics in terms of getting payment. Patients are still sharing beds in hospital. KEMSA is still having issues with receiving payment and orders from the counties. Counties are having issues receiving money so they can pay KEMSA. Issues. Manufacturing. The target was to raise contribution of manufacturing to the GDP to 15% and create 1 million new jobs in the manufacturing sector. What's the situation like? GDP contribution of money by manufacturing has declined to 7.6% in 2020, 8.4% in 2018. and 10.5% in 2013. So if you look at it, from 2013, it's just been coming down in terms of manufacturing sector's contribution to the GDP. Yet the money, bulk of the focus of the National Treasury spending and government spending in the last 5 years has been Big Four.
And I think those are where the questions come in. That if you look at economies where they even have a huge tax burden on the population, that you will then see that their services commensurate to what has been paid out in taxes. And it's very clear, it's transparent in terms of what has been done. And I keep saying that I don't necessarily feel that folks have a problem paying their taxes. Folks have a problem if they're not able to see that the services that are delivered to them by government are commensurate to that which they have spent. Now, here we are saying on a regular, for the last 4 years, that what has been spent out from the budget has gone towards the towards the Big Four agenda, whether it is health, manufacturing, food security, or housing, right? Can you see that there have been results commensurate to that money that has been spent? And I think it's glaringly unfortunate that it's not the case. That you cannot say that what has been spent, you'll be able to see some of the things that you've listed just now have happened when it comes to health, for example, or that have happened when it comes to food security. We're still in the doldrums when it comes to then how you're able to feed your people, how you're able to make sure that the quality of food that's coming out, how you're able to protect your farmers, etc., etc. Look, one of the dangerous things about gradual improvement is that your focus then is taken away from the goal of where you actually ought to be, plus the money that has been spent. And you're going to be satisfied with the improvement as opposed to be satisfied with what the goal is. Should there be more money in the amounts that we've seen going towards the Big Four agenda in this coming budget that we're going to hear on Thursday? And I would say that there should be a huge reduction. And that since it has been little that has been going towards improving these sectors, let the little continue. And then can you make sure that at the very base, at the very bottom, that you're making sure that what is needed to sustain or to make sure that people are thriving in terms of getting their basic is actually done. The big projects, well and good, necessary, ought to be had. However, is it time that you say, let's rally around and say, what salvationist mechanisms can you put in place to make sure that the economy then is secure? Spent a lot of money on these huge projects. Can you see the results? And unfortunately, you can't.
You know, one of the big issues and the problems that we cannot really tangibly talk about the results is because every time the National Treasury goes to the National Assembly and seeks to spend money and says our focus is going to be on the Big Four, they actually do not have a proper implementation matrix. And every time the Budget and Appropriations Committee of the National Assembly comes back with a report and says, we still don't know what you wanted to achieve last year, so we cannot tell whether you achieved it. Can you tell us what you want to achieve this year? It's the same conversation that happens every time. So the Parliamentary Budget Office, for example, says that despite some reported achievements under the Big Four agenda, the overall targets for each of the pillars have largely been missed. This implies that so far implementation of the Big Four has not translated into expected outcomes. But the Treasury says in the 4 years that the government has been implementing the Big Four project, a lot of ground has been covered.
Sure.
And there are tangible benefits for Kenyans, including creation of more jobs. They say since initiation, the government has continued to implement programs under each pillar of the Big Four agenda by formulating enabling policies and enhancing resource allocation. These efforts have borne fruit in improving livelihoods through creation of jobs and poverty reduction.
That's great. And this is a problem. And I'm saying that's exactly there is where the danger lies. Because it's, again, taking us back to that road syndrome. You should have a road, for example, that ought to be, a proper road, service road. You have your walkways, you have your path, etc., etc. It must be tarmacked and properly modified and all of this. And you know that that's what the road ought to look like, right? You know that that is how the road ought to service people who are applying those routes. So what happens is that you then grade the road. you've been putting resources towards making sure that road is properly functioning tarmac road. But you then grade the road and you don't put your tarmac and you do, just what you can get by with. Now, it is an improvement on where the road was before, right? Now you can ply the road without having to take your vehicle to the mechanic 4 times a week kind of thing. So the road in actuality is better. And people who have to use it say, well, this is smoother and we can get along. So what it does is that those little improvements take your eye off the prize. Those little improvements, they'll condition you into thinking that because there is improvement, we've done all right. And that we can continue improving over time without you then realizing the danger that lies in you having removed your focus from the tarmac road, which is what was supposed to have been done. And that's the problem, that this little antibiotic giving of improvements over time removes your mind from the total healing that is supposed to take place. And this is the problem here, that you know that something is going to come in 2021, it's going to come in 2022, then you get little bite-sized pieces, and there's something that should have been done in 1, 2, 3 years, takes 10 years, and even at the end of 10 years, you're not where you ought to be. And this is the problem with things like this. Whereas saying we're going to apply ourselves to this project and finish it, or at least make sure that it is rolling out in a manner in which is beneficial to those who you'd created it for in the first place, that you do a little bit of improvement here and there, and then you're still with that frog in the boiling water kind of thing. It doesn't know when it's dead.
Yeah. So what do we do then? Should we continue funding the Big Four? Should it be like a review, a reversal of this? Are you saying that you're not feeling the effects of the Big Four agenda?
How many times have people given the examples of what President Kibaki did in his administration? All those he said, you know what? Stop. Just hold on. Where are we? Can we take stock of what it is that is happening with government spending, with external borrowing, etc., etc.? Can we put a hold on all of that and see where we are? Let's look internally and now start to sort out some of these problems that are continually dogging the economy. And did you see a result? Absolutely, you did. And this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying stop everything. I'm saying take stock of everything and say, can we continue here? Is it absolutely necessary? Let us stop if it is not. What is absolutely necessary? Where can we put our efforts? Where can you throw the money? Then by all means, go ahead with that. But here we are, and we're just going and going, borrowing more, throwing it here, going and going. And we say, yes, we've improved, absolutely. But again, the focus has been removed from where the goal ought to be. All these grand projects were really, really great things. Who doesn't want a housing sector in the country where people are able to afford housing, dignified housing? Who doesn't want that? Who doesn't want at any corner of the country that you walk into to access a medical facility and that you're able to afford it based on the fact that you've paid a minimum amount every month? Who doesn't want that? Who doesn't want to make sure that the food that you're buying is quality food and that you can get it whenever you need it and that it's not going to run out? Who doesn't want that? Who doesn't want to make sure that their country is manufacturing and that people can buy from within country and you don't have to depend on imports? You don't want to be a net importer of food. Who doesn't want that? Everybody wants that. But then you have to come to the reality and ask yourself, can you do it all at the same time with all the other problems that you're facing? Can you do it all at the same time? So I'm not saying stop. I'm saying take stock. And that's what needs to happen. It needs to happen. Any business that runs well today, every now and then in their cycle, they need to take stock of what's happening and make a few tweaks here and there. Otherwise, you get to the place where you're saying we are not.
I think what we need to do is maybe have the same way we've been having all this national dialogue. We need to have a national dialogue on the Big Four. Because somehow the back, I feel, yes, whereas project and process of these projects may not actually be visible, there are some things that have happened. And they've kickstarted a journey towards something. Now, does the Big Four make sense? The Big Four makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense to talk about food security. It makes sense to talk about universal health coverage. With those two, you have done very well. Then it makes sense to talk about manufacturing, and it makes sense to talk about affordable housing. Housing, food security, and health, key. Manufacturing for job creation and employment. That is big. Now, should we then have a national conversation, national conference on the Big Four? where the National Treasury comes in and openly says, this is where we've spent the money and this is the progress that we've made. But more importantly, say, this was the target year on year. We missed the target or we hit the target. Most likely they're going to be saying we missed the target. And then the conversation then moves to, why did you miss the target? What exactly happened? Because without that, we only have the National Treasury saying, oh, we have formulated agenda, legislation that is setting us on the path to achieving and realizing the Big Four. So for how many years do we need to finance the Big Four for people to start feeling the Big Four?
What do you need to hear? What beyond coming from the Parliamentary Budget Office when they say to you that, all right, this is all right. We funded this agenda over the last 4 years, right? But overall targets for each, not one, each 4 pillars, overall targets have largely been missed. Missed.
Yep.
Not achieved a little bit. Missed. What other indicator do you need for it to be said, let's really look at this thing and have a conversation? We're not talking about that you spent money in 2018. We're saying that you spent a significant amount of money in 2018.
460 billion.
There you go. You spent a significant amount of money in 2019.
450 billion.
In 2020.
128 billion.
2021.
142 billion.
You spent all this money and you're going to spend some more money in 2022 going into 2023. And you have missed. I don't know if you're seeing what I'm saying. You have spent this amount of money. You have largely missed your targets across board on all 4. Isn't it time you sat back and said, hold on a minute, folks, what are we doing? Can we, for example, focus on one? Which is the one when you, again, using that word, take stock of what is happening. When you look at the situation, can you then say, wait, can we focus on one? What are the problems that have blighted our people for the last 1 year? Largely, people have been sick.
Yep.
Largely, people have been hungry.
Yep.
Can we focus on that?
And no jobs.
People don't have work. Can you focus on that? Can you take stock of the money that you have spent and say, is it commensurate to the results that we have seen? It doesn't take rocket science, and I keep saying, even that rocket science, people made it to outer space, so somebody has figured it out, right? For you to understand that you have clearly missed your targets and to continue pumping money into something that you have missed only requires that you take stock of what is happening and do something about it. If you don't, you're barreling towards failure. There's no other way.
That's why I always have a problem with the National Assembly, starting with the Committee on Budget and Appropriations, because that is a committee that reviews the budget policy statement. That's a committee that looks at the budget policy statement and receives advice from the Parliamentary Budget Office. The Parliamentary Budget Office is technocrats who basically just come and say, okay, so we missed the target and this is it. We don't know what the milestones should be this year. We are being asked to continue financing. We're not being given the milestones. So what do we want to do? How many houses do we have? How many more houses do we want to build in this year? How many projects, irrigation projects or food security projects do we have? What is the food security plan for the next year? And what are the milestones? By the quarter one, by the half one, by the end of the year, what should we be judging you on? We don't have it. Parliamentary Budget Office does this. The Budget and Appropriations Committee of the National Assembly looks at it. They include it in their report, but then they go ahead and say, it's okay, honorable members, let's allow the government to spend 3.2 trillion shillings in the next year, with a large portion of that money going into Big Four agenda. So what is it that our parliamentarians do?
They tell us there after the fact that these things have failed. This is it.
They just say, okay, so now we really don't know. So it's not really working, but we are moving towards the realization of the Big Four agenda. There are those that will obviously, if we actually had somebody here from the Presidential Delivery Unit, they'll tell us of the very many things that we can tick when it comes to the Big Four agenda. But sometimes I feel that they do not tell you what they want to tick. So that if something just happens, they can come and see that is part of Big Four. We built a road, we built an expressway. You see, that is manufacturing.
We can call it what
we employed people. You see, that is manufacturing that's created job creation.
Jobs creation.
Yes.
It goes towards that.
We have taken a law through the National Assembly and the Senate and it has been signed by the president. It is the new NHIF Act. That is a big achievement in UHC. COVID comes, then there is reallocation and reassignment of budgets. Because of what has happened, you see, universal health coverage is moving. It's well much on track. You can go across the counties and you will see very many hospitals that have been built.
This is really...
Is that part of the money that has been spent under the pillar of UHC? It's an emergency. It's an emergency that forced us to get there.
Right.
To increase the number of beds, to increase some, critical care facilities in the country. It's an emergency. Was it the National Treasury's plan?
In the first place? Question must be asked. And MTP4, I believe, is where we just got into. It was launched last week, getting into MTP4. Where does all of this feed into? You're looking at midterm plans for the next 5 odd years. Where does all of this feed into? How is it being funded? Who's asking the questions? It seems as though people are just kind of rolling with the punches. Whatever comes along, we'll go with it. If you do not have a plan, which you follow to the letter, which helps you to then achieve your goal, then we're just groping about in the dark. That's really what's going on here. We cannot... For you to have a progressively functioning economy, you want to ask the question, what plans did we put in place? There are people who are thriving, who are called global leaders today, who are still in their plans, who are in their long-term plans and following the plans to the letter because they understand where it is that they want to go and they will not get back to the situation where they were before. I'm saying these are brilliant projects. Like I said, who doesn't want to have those 4 things in your arsenal when you're then going towards a developmentally functioning economy? You want to have those things in your arsenal. You do. You want to have fed your people. You want to make sure that they're healthy. You want to make sure that you have industry and that you have homegrown solutions towards building your economy. At the same time, you want to make sure that you've put people up in proper housing that they can afford. You want to do those things. However, if you are applying funding to these things and you cannot see the results, it is time to halt. There's no shame in the survival game here. Halt and say, we are not able to do this. In as much as there's a legacy you can leave, there's also negative legacy.
Well, yep. And there'll be a lot of money that will have been spent. It's 8:30. Let's take this quick break on KTN Home, on SpiceFM, or online. This is the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. We are talking about the next budget, which Okoh Tani, the CS for the National Treasury, is due to present to the National Assembly this week. The focus, again, is the Big Four. Is the Big Four really where we should be putting our money? Have we gotten value for the money that we've spent so far on the Big Four agenda? 0719 012 600. It's a conversation we want to have.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
The group of leaders we are having now, these are just like the polymers. The chemical composition is the same.
Are you corruptible?
Hopefully not. And maybe that's part of the problem.
People who have done about 300 speeches and they're not saying anything. What makes you think that they will come in with something really dramatic?
Don't miss out on the latest from Kenya's biggest conversation. SMS TSR to 22840.
The sun is peeking through those clouds in Nairobi at 20, highs of 27, lows of 16. It's sunny at 18 in Nakuru, highs of 28 and lows of 13. We'll see lows of 14 in Nyeri, where it's cloudy at 17 with highs of 26. 18 degrees and partly sunny conditions in Eldoret, highs of 27 and lows of 13. While it's sunny now in Mombasa at 29, we'll see highs of 33 today. We'll also see highs of 33 in Malindi, where it's sunny at 29. 22 and mostly sunny in Kisumu, we'll see highs of 31 and lows of 19. While Kakamega is mostly sunny at 25, it'll go to highs of 32 and lows of 16. Kampala is mostly sunny at 23 with highs of 30 today. We'll see highs of 32 in Dar es Salaam, where it's mostly sunny at 28. Johannesburg is sunny at 13. Clouds coming out though. Highs of 22. We'll see highs of 33 in a rainy Lagos at 28. And it's mostly sunny at 25 in Kinshasa. Highs of 33 and lows of 24.
like listening to you guys. You're the default radio station in my car in the morning. Even the children listen to you guys.
I agree, Parliament has failed this country. And I will say it again. We have not done what we should have done.
We know in this country, the Kenya prison sector is one of the most underfunded sector.
The way it is being done and the way we're calling it Huduma Namba the Msema Kweli is because all records will be there. You know, there are people who are now billionaires with no history as to how they got all these assets.
Yes. Anything that the president does that is not in accord with the constitution is an illegal act. You know, he shouldn't be doing it and he shouldn't be sitting here and trying to sort of guise it up.
I totally believe live transmission of results and allowing Kenyans to be able to view all these results. I believe that it will be impossible to steal elections.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM.
All right, a few minutes after 8:30 and we're still seeing some traffic on the Thika Superhighway. It disappears and then reappears again. It's like Houdini and his wand. All right, what else is happening on Mombasa Road this morning? We're seeing some traffic then in and outbound around Yamara. North Airport Road not doing too badly, spilling onto Outer Ring, and that's also all right. Spilling off some to Lunga Lunga. And then getting towards the Thika Superhighway as well. We're looking at that continuing. Kiambu Road not looking too bad now. Actually, that traffic seems to have cleared. And we're seeing some on Limuru Road as well, then getting into the city. What else are we looking at? Some traffic here and there coming out of Westlands. Ring Road Westlands not doing too badly today. And hasn't fared too bad either, coming off Chiromo. Into the CBDs where you see the most of the traffic this morning. Langata Road has looked pretty good all morning. We're going to keep an eye on things. Talk to us through the morning on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127. Let's keep things moving.
Spice up your life.
(24:09). Kenya's biggest conversation continues. Eric Latiff and Okoh. This is a Situation Room on Spice FM, on KTN Home and online. Reminding you about this project that Colgate have been doing with the UK NGO Well Boring, where they've gone to 7 counties: Kisumu, Siaya, Kakamega, Migori, Kwale, Kitui and Homa Bay, and they've provided 90 water wells at schools in the 7 counties. Why is it important?
Well, I mean, think about it. The population in schools, for example, and already really high. And there's several things that you need to have. Bathroom facilities, drinking water, cooking facilities, children who are going to be eating during the day. Now, imagine that without water, which was the situation for a lot of schools in these areas. Imagine that without water. So then you can imagine the heavenly miracle that has happened now with these boreholes having been sunk. And now water is being provided in those schools.
You know, for very many parts of this country, school is not just the place where your kids go to learn.
No.
School is very many things. PO Box is the primary school. So everybody receives their letters through the school's PO Box.
Yes.
It's a place where you go for meetings. School bus is the one that you'll use to go for events as a community.
Yes.
So
it's a meal provided for a lot of children.
It's a school feeding. The school feeding program is actually where your children get their nutritional value. So when a well is drilled in a school, it's also providing water, not just to the school. It is where the community comes to fetch water.
Indeed.
So Colgate is basically saying between now and the end of May, what they want to do is once you go to any Naivas, by Colgate, part of that will go into drilling more wells with well boring in various parts of the country to benefit more and more children, which is important. So remember, every time you're walking into Naivas and you buy that Colgate, you're actually impacting people.
Indeed.
Yep. We have a guest in the studio, and the guest is Richard Ngatia. He is the chairman of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He is a businessman, and he is also now a politician. Richard, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Yes.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you.
You're half an hour late.
Yes, I do want to apologize. I've actually come just from another studio. But then again, the traffic is terrible. Yes, it is. It took us almost 30 minutes to get here.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Lakini si mafuta imeisha. Your
Mafuta imeisha, but of course there's traffic. It has. So there are huge queues everywhere. So
it has impacted this.
Yes, it has.
Now, as chair of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, tell us about the chamber actually, and then you transition into politics.
All right, thank you. This Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry is an organization that was established in 1965, and our mandate is to advocate for businesses, network for businesses, and also create the opportunities for businesses as well. Most importantly, SME development. Now, we support our members across all the 47 counties in Kenya, and also under the World Chamber Federation, which is the umbrella of all chambers across the world. Yes.
How different is it from Kenya Private Sector Alliance?
The difference is, one, we support SMEs across all counties, and of course, looking at how we can be able to support these businesses. Remember, Kenya Private Sector is in Nairobi, and its business is surrounded in Nairobi, more or less to deal with policy issues. We support businesses in terms of making sure there's affordable credit, accessible credit, there's information, and also to advocate for them within the National Assembly and within the environments. And also to make sure that looking for development partners who will come and support members, whether it is the micro, whether it is artisans within the Juakali sector, Mama Mboga, hawkers, and all these people, in terms of making sure that they can be able to capacity build them on either financial literacy, on bookkeeping, and many areas in making sure that they can be able to understand on issues of taxation, tax regime, and of course, sustaining their businesses.
We'll talk about Ngatia the man and Ngatia the businessman, but Ngatia the business leader, as chair of chamber. You've been the chair for what?
This is the third year.
Third year since 2020.
Yes.
What have you seen as the biggest challenges that businesses face, especially those that are operating in Nairobi and then going across the country?
One of the biggest challenges that we have been able to establish is access to finance. That is a major problem. Number two is opportunities for them. Opportunities for business. Sometimes you can access credit, but you don't have opportunities on where to sell your product. You don't have opportunities on where to get the right product. Again, information is very critical for these people to be able to get the right information, timely information as well. So credit is one of the major problems that we see today. Jobs is a huge problem in our country, and especially when it comes to youth. So we as a chamber look at how we can be able to partner with several organizations, corporates, partner with universities, so that we can be able to match interns to certain corporates. And those are programs we are working in partnership with counties, where we have counties to come and put aside a small stipend for interns. We match them with certain organizations where they can come for a year, but the county pays for that amount of up to about 30,000. And we have seen it very successful in the county, in those partnerships that we already have. But we're still continuing to make sure that we enhance and sensitize other counties to join us in that program.
What role do you play then when it comes to the ease of doing business? Because here we say that credit is one of the major issues that folks having to deal with, access to credit. So then the assumption that they do get this credit and then they start to do business within the city. What role do you play then in terms of the ease of doing business when we talk about the plethora of licenses that folks must have to be able to run, whether it is to the county government, whether it is, to councils and things like this? How does that all work out?
One of the mandates that we have is facilitation of trade. And when I say that is making sure that we facilitate what we call certificates of origin to all exporters and importers. Now, when it comes into ease of business, for example, I'll be able to tell you that in partnership with EAC, we have managed to make sure that we reduce certain fees that we normally charge our members when it comes to export of tea, particularly to Pakistan, because that's where we export more of our tea. And when we reduce the fee or we waive the totality, that fee, definitely that now comes to caution our members. But at the same time is, again, to advocate for them in terms of making sure that interests that are charged by banks is affordable. One of the things we have been able to do is to have a partnership between a county and a bank, whereby if the bank charges an interest of 13%, then the county will come to subsidize by giving 6% to, of course, to the SME through the bank. And that means that the SME will only get 7%. That again makes it very easy for them and affordable for them. So those are the kind of things that we as the chamber are able to do to support our members.
Now, moving into Nairobi as a county and looking at the management of Nairobi itself. Nairobi is a city. Nairobi is the capital. Nairobi is the economic hub, not only of the country, but of the region. There's a lot of interest on how Nairobi is governed. What is it that makes you want to get into the politics of running Nairobi?
Number one, and you rightly said, Nairobi holds actually 60% of our GDP. Now, if it holds 60% of 11 trillion, which is our GDP of the entire country today, it means that we need to have somebody who understands business, somebody who has networks within our region and beyond our region, somebody who understands how to run and manage the cities, somebody who can come and look at the blueprint, someone who can be able to look at the master plan that you have and what you can be able to do and change, somebody who will be able to understand that the plans that probably are used today are plans that were accommodating a population of 500,000 then, since 1973. Today, the population in Nairobi is 4.7. And we also accommodate people coming from the other environs to about 2 million. So we have a population of 6 million every day in Nairobi. So you must understand, again, Nairobi being the hub, financial hub of the African continent, we must understand how to penetrate the 54 countries through the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. I want to say that I've worked very closely with the Great Lakes region. This is 12 countries where I chair the private sector forum as well. And so I'm able to understand how to interact with businesses, with private sector, and the challenges that we do face, how we can be able to support people from Nairobi to get into certain markets like Congo, Rwanda, Burundi, Sudan, South Sudan, Ethiopia, Tanzania. I have also served for 2 years IGAD, which is 7 countries of IGAD. I'm able to understand our region in Comesa region, and therefore I will be able to move Nairobi to the next level. I will be able to make the environment conducive for business here because of the expertise that I have and, of course, the experience that I've gotten in those countries. And beyond, we are working with all countries across the world, the chambers across the world. And when we do have conversations with them, it is very key for Nairobi to be a financial hub and to get support from across and beyond the countries.
I mean, I'm looking at the county government versus what we currently have running in Nairobi today with the Nairobi Metropolitan Services, right? And many would argue that county government has not been able to hack it when it comes to running Nairobi. Many things have been the bane of that experience, from garbage to water to health issues. We're looking at security issues. I mean, name it. You were stuck in traffic for half an hour this morning. I mean, so there are many, many things that have been the issue. So then, suddenly, we see the NMS comes in and things seem to start running. There have been water in taps in certain areas in the city where that had not happened for 20 years. Health, there have been facilities put up in the city where nobody thought that could actually exist. Those are just two examples. Do you think then that really that you need a county boss for Nairobi if you can have a service which is running things?
Well, everything again goes around service delivery. But let me say that the entire 47 counties, we as the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we have tried as much to put down and to develop a trade policy that we sell to the counties. And we have been able to partner with 46 counties and also including Nairobi, that's 47. However, the trade policy that we actually provided and delivered to Nairobi County, to date, they have not been able to implement. So they do not understand the problems and the challenges the private sector faces. You have mentioned NMS. NMS will occasionally invite the private sector. It will sit down with us. We'll understand the challenges that we have. We'll understand the challenges of the common mwananchi. You talked about water. Water is the biggest problem today in Nairobi that you can think of. Yes, we get our water from Murang'a, from Dakaine, but is it enough? And why is it not enough? Why do we have water pipes bursting every day? What is the problem? You need to understand how to deal with carbon emission. You talked about garbage collection, for example. Look at the site at Dandora. Today, it's appalling. And I can tell you, if you walk to Dandora today, you will find people queuing for food there. This is a place that you can turn around and you can make it a recycling center, a recycling place, where you can have recreation of jobs to the youth who belong to Embakasi or Dandora, where you can be able to have so many products coming from the rubbish that goes there, whether it is cabro, whether it is plastics, whether it is anything that you can be able to think of to make sure. So you need to understand how to get partners on PPP programs, private public partnerships. You need to understand how to get sectors, how to get businesses from foreign direct investors who will come and support and partner with the local partners in Nairobi or in Kenya to make sure that you have a good system within the garbage collection. Again, the environment, clean environment, that's what we want. Security. Today, how do you light up the entire Nairobi to make it safe, number one, to make it even, it also helps. When you do security, it helps decongesting the city. When you light up, it also helps decongesting the city. Why? Because you'll have more people walking to certain stations to look for their public transport. Today, people will only be able to go to, say, Kencom bus station because they feel safer in that area. If it rains, we don't have shades that people can continue walking, whether it is rush hours or any other time.
And do you think government, Richard, do you think that government can handle this? Because again, just the example, historically, of 20 years in Nairobi, it has not been managed, it has not been handled. Whether it is government or council, still government, or the county system, not been able to handle this. What would change, really? Because I then hear you saying that there needs to be PPPs in place in order for some of these things to come to realization.
Yes.
Absolutely necessary then for you to mix private sector with government and then external help as well to be able to run the affairs of government.
Yes. Good. Understand that Schedule 4 of our Constitution allows the county actually to handle issues of the entire county. However, because of the unique problems that we're facing in Nairobi in terms of management, in terms of service delivery, in terms of having departments, whether it is a planning, executive, and the assembly, probably disconnected, we have you will face those problems. It is not the national government. However, the national government has their role in terms of health. They will come to support the referral hospitals or level 5 hospitals. But the role of the county is to give service delivery, to make sure they collect enough revenue and give it back to the common wananchi by making sure that service delivery is there, making sure that we have fire stations in vulnerable areas like Gikomba in Nyamakema. Today we only have one station to serve Nairobi. Is that possible? And then you don't need, it's not a miracle. You don't need somebody to come and tell you that you need a fire station.
Which one are you talking about?
Highly populated area.
The one in the CBD?
Yes. It serves the whole Nairobi. So by the time
I think there's a new one on Kangundo Road, isn't there?
Yeah.
There's a new one on Kangundo Road.
Yeah, it's not yet. It has not yet started. There's a plan to put one in Kangemi, but we need water there. We need a fire engine there. We need an ambulance there.
Yeah.
We need a police station within the area, and so that they can move always together. So, yes, I think it's about management and it's about looking at issues and priorities as well.
There are very many things that you've mentioned that I've heard being mentioned before. Everything that you've said, in terms of our infrastructure, in terms of managing our garbage, in terms of managing our water reticulation, managing our transport issues. When I remember Philip Kisia, who was a former town clerk and running for governor, he was saying the same things. Dr. Evans Kidero, running for governor, was saying the same things. Jim Nambaru was running for governor, did not win, was saying the same things. Sonko was running for governor. He has been a senator, had been a member of parliament in Nairobi. Won as governor, was saying the same things with his deputy then, Polycarp Igathe. Same story. But now you're a different person. And in fact, you've talked about healthcare. You know a thing or two about healthcare. You've been, one of the companies that you've run is actually in health.
Yes.
Megascope.
Yes.
Tell us about this organization, this company.
Megascope Healthcare is an organization that was established in the year 2002, and we really concentrated in the health sector. And of course, with time, we have grown with time to deal with and support hospitals. We've been supporting engineers, nurses in terms of training this location, in terms of training all public biomedical engineers and private biomedical engineers. In fact, Megascope Healthcare has been put as a center of excellence for Africa to make sure that we support that sector in telemedicine and making sure that we can be able to support them in the infrastructure, building of hospitals, equipping of hospitals, and management, and of course service, after sales service of these hospitals. And we have been able to do that in this country. But we also support other countries, not only Kenya. We support Sudan, we support Ethiopia, Rwanda, we support Uganda through our headquarters here in Nairobi.
So you've got regional experience and expertise.
Yes, we do.
And you, obviously, because it's health sector, your bigger clients, I would assume, are public sector.
In every country, the biggest client is always the government.
Okay.
Yes.
So in this country, and you may correct me, I think one of the areas that you've been mentioned in, not you as Richard Ngatia, but Megascope, is when it comes to managed equipment service.
Yes.
You have supplied some of the equipment to the various counties.
Very true. Since 2013, when this plan was put by the national government on managed equipment service, certain companies were invited through international tenders, and these were international companies, and they were given the opportunity to tender and participate in making sure that they can provide services in this country. And we had major companies who participated, namely General Electric, we had Philips from Netherlands, we had General Electric is American, we had Italian companies known as Belco, we had Esteem from India, we had Mindray from China, and we had others, but these are the companies that managed to get awards. And it was mandatory then in that tender that each participant must have a local component. And that is where we come in as Megascope, because we partnered with one of the major companies in China known as Mindray. It is also listed in New York, in America, and very major. And so we partnered with them not only because of MES, but since the year 2006, they have been our principals, and we have always marketed their products in Africa.
Okay.
And therefore, in this particular project, there was no scandal, and there has never been a scandal. But this arises and comes only when it is around politics around the corner. It is about making sure
the issue came up
Yes.
in a report by the Senate Select Committee that investigated the MES.
Yes.
And in fact, that Senate, it was not adopted by the Senate, but the report came out. And this report said that MES was a good idea, but it was a criminal enterprise. And one of the companies that were mentioned was yours, adversely.
Yes, but if you've just said there was a report, it was not adopted. Meaning, if it was not adopted, meaning people were not satisfied with the contents therein, isn't it?
Yeah.
And therefore, it was not factual.
They
And
did,
it
not
was not
discuss,
adopted.
they did not discuss Megascope,
They
particularly
did,
on,
but I'm
on
saying
this.
the contents that were there.
Allow us to discuss then Megascope
Yes.
and the content of that report
Yes.
when it comes to Megascope. Just understanding Richard Ngatia's expertise, Richard Ngatia's dealings in government. Allow us to do this, shall we?
Go ahead.
Let's do this after we take this quick break to hear the news, but also to break off from KTN Home, where we've been having this conversation. It continues with Richard Ngatia in the next hour on SpiceFM around the country, 94.4 in Nairobi, 87.9 Mombasa, 102.5 in Kisumu. We're also in Nakuru, Eldoret, Nyeri, Malindi, and on YouTube and Facebook. Keep it here. Good morning. It's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. The Jubilee Party has criticized Deputy President William Ruto following his remarks on the cost of living, urging him to resign from government instead of complaining from within. In a statement, Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni accused the second-in-command of taking advantage of the plight of Kenyans to gain political mileage. Kioni went on to claim that even as DP claims about the wage bill, he has in the recent past spent 200 million shillings during his UK and US tours. This comes amid claims by the Deputy President that the 39 billion shillings Petroleum Development Fund that is meant for the fuel subsidy program was being diverted to other users, hence the fuel crisis. Now, as political parties continue to prepare themselves ahead of the August 9th general elections and ensuring that their parties are in order, Deputy President William Ruto opines that he will personally supervise the forthcoming United Democratic Alliance Party nominations set for April 14th to ensure there is credibility. Ruto assures that the nominations under his supervision will run democratically on free and fair grounds so that each member gets an equal opportunity to be voted for. And Machakos gubernatorial aspirant Patrick Makau has told his competitor in Wiper Party Wavinya Ndeti to brace for a tough challenge in the upcoming primaries. Makau, who is a second-term Okoh MP, claims that the former transport CS wants a direct ticket in the party, adding that it is the reason she has been bragging about her popularity. Makau further urged party leader Kalonzo Musyoka to guarantee fairness in the nominations to prevent fallout. And the Independent Election Boundaries Commission and Postal Corporation of Kenya have signed a 700 million shillings agreement that will see Posta provide logistics services during the upcoming general election. Under the 3-year agreement, Posta will be charged with transportation of election materials countrywide to designated IEBC offices, warehouses, polling centers, and to any other IEBC stakeholder. IEBC CEO Marjan Hussein Marjan said Posta would be the logistics partner for the 2022 general election. Meanwhile, the electoral body has pledged to be tenacious in upholding and integral election code of conduct ahead of the August elections. IEBC Chairman Ufula Chebukati stated that the Commission's Code of Conduct Committee has so far delivered on its constitutional mandate to safeguard the electoral process, which will not relax their guard in the upcoming polls. Chebukati also urged the Directorate of Public Prosecutions to expedite the hearing of pending election-related cases in order to avoid a backlog of cases if more arise during the election period. Now, the first trial of atrocities committed in Darfur is due to open at the International Criminal Court nearly 20 years after violence tore through the Sudanese region. A suspected former leader of the pro-government Janjaweed militia has been charged with 31 counts of war crimes and crimes against humanity. Ali Mohammed Ali Abd al-Rahman denies the charges. Sudanese human rights activists have described the case as historic. Abd al-Rahman, also known as Ali Kushaib, will be the first person to be tried by the ICC over a conflict that left about 300,000 people dead and more than 2 million homeless. Sudan's former President Omar al-Bashir has so far evaded arrest over the conflict. He is wanted on charges of genocide and war crimes, which he denies. He is currently in custody in Sudan after being ousted in a coup in 2019. And President Joe Biden has called the atrocities allegedly committed by Russian forces in Bucha a war crime and called for a trial to take place against Russian President Vladimir Putin. The US President did not, however, label the killing the genocide, but said he was looking into additional sanctions against Russia. Biden said the images coming from the state warranted calling Putin a war criminal, but that more information must be gathered. Biden's assessment that the killings did not amount to a genocide puts him at odds with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who described the killings as a genocide. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Asseto. Good morning.
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, so we're coming out of traffic hour in a short while, but we still have some traffic in different parts of the city this morning. Looking a lot better on the Thika Superhighway. We're looking at quite some traffic still continuing on Kiambu Road and Limuru Road as well. Coming out of the CBD, then into town, not too bad. It's gotten much better on Mombasa Road, now heading out towards Imaradaima in and outbound. Apart from that, we shouldn't have too much of an issue. We'll still take what's going on in your neck of the woods. Hopefully it will remain at a dull roll this morning, so it's great. Let's talk. Spice FM, KE, through the morning. Text 40127.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This
It's 6
is the
minutes after 9.
Situation
Good
Room.
morning.
The only one.
It's the 5th day of April 2022. For purposes of national unity and cohesion, we are saying it's the 5th day of March 2022. Because the end of March is when we are going to have the price of cost of electricity coming down. And if we go into April and the cost of electricity hasn't come down, it has serious implications on pledges made by the president. And since we do not want that to be untrue, we are still in March.
We're still in March. Could be in March for a minute.
No, we'll stay in March.
Okay.
Until the cost of electricity comes down.
Oh, at least that.
And the following day comes down today.
Tomorrow we'll be in April.
We adjust the calendars.
Got it.
It's Eric Latiff and Ndu Okoh. Our guest is Richard Ngatia. He is the chairperson of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry and a gubernatorial aspirant for Nairobi City County. We are talking about governing Nairobi. The day's proverb before we begin the hour. Leave her now and then if you really love your wife. Leave her now and then if you really love your wife. This is a Malawian proverb, Richard. Does it make sense?
It does make sense. You need to give them space.
Give each other space.
Yes.
It demonstrates love. Back to the conversation, Richard. We were talking about the MES report by a committee of the Senate which ended up not being approved by the Senate. And the reason why the Senate has said we're not approving this is because they said the recommendations, the final recommendations, whereas they agree with the body of the report, they were disappointed with the recommendations that were then given by the Senate committee. It talked about Lot 1 of the Managed Equipment Scheme, where Megascope was one of the companies that was mentioned here. So the deal had been given to Mindray, and then Mindray had then transferred or subcontracted Megascope, and the questions were being asked by the senators. So how is this company then involved in this particular project? And now it seems to be the one that is responsible for the project, for implementation, for payments and everything, as opposed to Mindray being the one that is paid, and then it pays its subcontractors.
And that is where I want to correct you and probably your listeners. Now, like I said, this contract was to be issued to international companies, manufacturers, OEM, original manufacturers. And that is what happened. The original manufacturers signed the contracts, not the local contractor. In this case, Megascope never signed any contract with the government.
Okay.
It was the international company. Now, to correct you, Megascope has never received any proceeds or payments directly from the government or the Ministry of Health in relation to MES. Mindray is paid directly. But as per our contract with Mindray, we implement as the subcontractor, we implement the project by making sure we understand all locations, all the counties, the geography of Kenya. And so the biomedical engineers are Megascope biomedical engineers, but we do get support from the factory. We do relate with them on a daily basis. They have their representatives here in Kenya so that we can have that good communication with them. And yes, and then we continue. It has been 7 years. We have completed the entire project, 7 years.
Why would you be... That's clear. But then why would you be mentioned adversely? Why would then the name come out as a sticking point?
Yes, but I just mentioned...
in terms of how things have gone wrong.
I just mentioned politics. Remember, in this MES, we had several companies. Why focus on one company, a local company, one local company? In fact, it
Were
was
you the only local company that was subcontracted by the others? Did Philips have a local subcontractor?
Yes, every international
General Electric?
company, they had their local representatives. And that was mandatory, and it was a criteria. If you don't have a local company that has the understanding of this country and is located in this country, then I don't see how you would have been able to be chosen as a preferred candidate then or company. And therefore, just to clarify, it is not about Megascope. But as you said, in that report, it was Megascope. And I believe that those are some of the many things that made it not even be adopted, because why come to mention? In fact, I think they're even mentioning individuals. Don't you see politics in that? Yes. Clearly, there was politics.
So this was political witch hunt.
Yes, it was.
So let's also then talk about beyond the MES, which you've clarified, KEMSA.
True.
And COVID.
Yes.
And during COVID, there's a whole now new tag of COVID billionaires.
Yes.
And one of the COVID billionaires is Richard Ngatia.
Yes. Again, first of all, to clarify, let's separate Richard Ngatia and Megascope Healthcare. That is number one.
Yeah.
And Richard Ngatia never sold any COVID products to KEMSA, but Megascope did. Megascope Healthcare did. Just like today, we do have crisis, and I had you discuss the same in terms of fuel. But we do have those people who sell the fuel. We do have marketers. Now, are you going to term these people billionaires or people who are in scandals because the fuel is more expensive today because of the crisis we are seeing and because of the trickle-down effects of the fights between Ukraine and Russia?
Can we paint it in a different manner so that you can see how the optics play out?
Yes.
Does Richard Ngatia benefit if Megascope makes any money from the proceeds of what was sold or bought
I am the managing,
because of COVID?
Yes, I am the managing director. I get a salary.
So you can't separate the two then, can you?
Yes. Yes.
You cannot separate Richard Ngatia, the man, then, from the profits made from Megascope.
No. You will separate. That's an entity. This is an individual. All right. I work there as a managing director of the company, and I get a salary like anyone does.
You're an employee.
Okay.
Yes. So in that case, I just want to clarify that there was never a scandal at KEMSA at all. We had more than 100 companies participate then. In fact, let me tell you, in other countries, the people who participated to save lives in their own countries were actually given accolades. In Kenya, you're in quotes, you're tagged as COVID billionaires.
There's an entire investigation at the Senate level, at the parliamentary level, on the proclamation of the president about this.
Yes, because...
And then you say it's not a scandal.
No.
Could you explain?
Anytime somebody comes up with an issue that they suspect there is a scandal, definitely the organs, the security, the investigators will come in to investigate and clear the air, or even arrest the culprits if that is true.
So you're not a COVID billionaire?
No, definitely not. We were vindicated. We still continue doing business with KEMSA. KEMSA still continue doing business with all the participants then of COVID. And in fact, we came to support not only KEMSA, not only the Ministry of Health, but the public at large. Now, those people who came to support, remember, they used their capital, they borrowed money from bank institutions, and they were able to deliver their products on time to save this country.
Does Megascope have a contract, a running contract today with the City County of Nairobi or the Nairobi Metropolitan Service?
With, of course, with NMS, we do.
What's the nature of the contract?
Now, Megascope is actually building hospitals in Nairobi. We have been able to build hospitals in Nairobi within a very reasonable time frame. Today, you have seen many hospitals, actually contractors who are unable to complete building of hospitals. Some end up in court, some take years to even complete. We were able to complete within 9 months. We were able to complete about 16 hospitals running. That is equipping, building, training of the personnel, and of course the after-sales service. All right, and we have about another 2 to complete, so that we can be able now to hand over the entire 19 hospitals. We have been able to support that. We have been able to support other counties, not only Nairobi, to support them in building of hospitals as well. And we have been able also to support other countries.
So you run this, like what we were told by NMS is that they decided to go into turnkey projects when it comes to these 17, 20, was it 23 hospitals?
24.
Right, in Nairobi. So one contractor is given the job, you put up the facility, put in the equipment, do the training, and you're saying that bulk of these are through Megascope.
Yes. When you talk of the 24 hospitals, we as Megascope were able to get 19 hospitals.
Okay.
The other to make the 24 is actually NMS doing that on their own.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Through the previous contractors who were there. Remember, like I said, these are hospitals that were unfinished, and so NMS came in to finish the building and to equip as well.
What is the tenure of these contracts?
Tenure was about 1 year. You build and you transfer.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
And after sales service?
Now, that now is a different contract. Of course, there is warranty that we give for 1 year, which is still current and running. But after that, then we'll have to get into negotiations with either the county or NMS so that we can see how we can continue to support them. However, we still continuously, even without signing, make sure that we support them. Remember, the people you train today, in 1 month, some of them are transferred to other stations, and you have to have a continuous training of biomedical engineers or nurses and even users as well. So we train as many as possible.
Yeah. Should you win the seat of Nairobi governor, is there likely to be a conflict of interest with you as the chief executive of the county negotiating contracts with a company that you have interest in?
I don't think there'll be any conflict of interest. Number one, my interest is not to go there and get business with the county. My interest is to get there and support Nairobians and make sure there's deliverables, make sure there's service provided to the public, but not to go and get contracts there. No. But then again, I said, Megascope, it's its own entity. The governor will be its own entity, working with the county.
How will you establish that arm's length relationship?
One of the things, let me say, we don't just look at, for example, one institution as our client. We actually work with Nairobi Hospital, we work with Aga Khan Hospital, Coptic Hospital, Mata Hospital, St. Mary's Hospital, all these hospitals, private hospitals. We actually working with them. So it's not a matter of saying it's a matter of life and death if we don't work with NMS. Yes. And I will make sure there's no conflict of interest.
At all?
At all.
Should you become chair of the Council of Governors? Again, I mean, this is a possibility that fellow governors could tell you, Richard, you understand these issues very well. You are articulating issues very well. Be our chair.
Thank you for that question. Let me first of all tell you, currently, I sit as the business advisor of the Council of Governors.
Yep.
And I said, we write policies for these counties. We come to support them with whether there is a trade fair, trade shows. We support them in supporting their own SMEs. And in fact, one of the other things we want to do is to make sure that the budget that they get and the allocation to SMEs they get from the national government, they can be able to disburse the funds and collect back that money. The challenge they're having today is disbursing and they don't collect. So we'll come in to support them on that location. But then again, the question you asked, whether, again, I'll be able to support them as the chairman of the Council of Governors. If they elect me as the chairman of governors, I have the experience, I will be able to support the entire counties. Remember, holding 60% of the GDP, you're also supporting Mombasa, you're supporting Lamu, you're supporting everywhere. And therefore, in fact, being even the chair, it is a plus for them. But of course, we will see then who is the right person to give that position.
One group of people that has been forever existent in this conversation about how to get Nairobi on its feet is the cartels. Now, it really doesn't matter where you're looking, whether you're looking in water, whether you're looking in garbage, whether you're looking in licensure, the cartels are there. Conversations are being had with them. Many have likened them to the mafia, that you can't really seem to get rid of them. And if you're going to do business, then you have to hobnob with the cartels in Nairobi. I'd like to know what you think about these cartels. Whether are they non-existent in your mind's eye, or are we now looking at, in order to run Nairobi, you must then, as government, have a symbiotic relationship with these cartels, whoever they are, wherever they are?
To me, I believe, again, those cartels, no one has been able to identify the cartel. You just keep saying there's a cartel. They are cartels. I mean, we have all these investigating institutions. They also don't know who those cartels are. Yeah?
Do you think they are a cartel?
I think there is no cartel. What happens is, and I can tell you for a fact, it depends on one's capacity. If the county floats a tender, and it is a national tender, it is open for anybody to participate. But you will find the same people who participate, and because they have the capacity in terms of financial muscle, they are able to participate in those tenders. But it is one thing to participate, it is the other to put things right by the county leadership to make sure that you have opportunities for, say, youth, you have opportunities for women, you have opportunities for those you're calling the cartels, who probably are the people who can be able to get and consolidate funds to be able to do that business, and also have a preference for those who are vulnerable, that they'll be able to get business. Number two, as the county, you must be able to understand that most of the youth who want to participate in these tenders, probably they don't have certifications. And therefore, they have the experience at the Jua Kali sector. They have experience, but they cannot go beyond that. They cannot go beyond the Jua Kali because they don't have a certificate. And that restricts them from participating in any tender. And therefore, they are left saying, these are cartels, they did not involve us, they did not do this. But of course, there are parameters that you must meet.
So how then would it be made competitive? What would be different moving forward that has not been done before? If we acknowledge, and maybe that is now who the cartels are, if you acknowledge that there's a certain group of people who are always advantaged then when it comes to some of these things, perhaps that's what we're talking about now. It doesn't matter where you look, water, etc., etc. So what would be different moving forward? How are we going to include more people into the basket? How would it work?
It's very simple. I would want to adapt the system that NAC, I remember the NAC that used in terms of making sure you support, say, your Kali sector in purchasing of their beds, purchasing of their products that can support, say, hospitals or any other institution or even hotels. Make sure that in any tender it is focused on that particular group and give them those equal opportunities. If we come into projects of dumping sites, give them to a certain group and let them compete. And give them preference from international competitors as well. Give them a preference of, say, 15 to 20%. That way, then you'll not talk of cartels. And you'll be able to support each and everybody and divide those opportunities to all.
Those who've complained about these cartels, they talk about the cartels being disruptive. That whenever those, we've always called them the city fathers, whenever the city fathers have a plan, let's say, it's about upgrading the Dandora Dam site and moving it to a new site. It's about upgrading garbage collection. If it's about water reticulation, if it's about revenue collection mechanisms, when the administration comes up with a plan, then some other forces are powerful enough to disrupt those plans.
If you have a clear policy, that will not be. If you have a clear policy that you are going to be working when it comes to garbage collection, of course, there's an association of those people in that sector, those people who have the trucks, those people who are able to employ people in terms of collecting garbage everywhere. So you have an association that does that business, all right? If you can have a clear policy on who is going to participate in certain tenders, who is going to support the county, who is going to partner with the county, it is going to be very clear. Like we have seen, many other ministries have done the same. And you don't hear of any scandals, you don't hear of any cartels within those ministries. So you have to have a deliberate move by the assembly to make sure that they pass policies that is favorable and conducive to the business environment.
Richard, do you think Nairobi is collecting its optimum value
It is not.
Revenue?
It is not.
What are the gaps? What
It
are
is
the
not.
loopholes?
If, for example, today the county is collecting 100 million, 120 million, say per day, this county has a potential to collect about 600 million
per day.
shillings per day.
So what
Why
that
is it
way
not
then
doing that? Why is that not happening today?
Why are we so far from our potential?
It is because
a fifth of what could
if
be
you
collected?
don't deliver services to me and you're expecting me to pay fees or taxes, definitely it becomes a challenge for me. If you have pending bills that you don't pay your own suppliers, it becomes a challenge for me. The same government does not pay you, but the same government, the other arm is coming to ask for revenue or for taxes that they have not paid. So it is that simple.
Richard, many would ask the circles with which you've obviously rubbed shoulders in the past as a businessman in Nairobi, then you would not be able to demarcate the lines then, being in a government position. Would that prove a challenge?
I don't think so. Why would it prove a challenge?
Well, I mean, come on. Richard, you've done business in the county, in the city, for the last however many years, as the chair of this particular chamber. And then, would you not see it as a challenge if then you're asking to remove yourself then from those circles and then attach your presence of mind and your attention now to county business, essentially leaving those other things that you had done before?
Number one, I want to make it very clear. I have not done any business with the county. And that was very deliberate. I have not done any business with the county. But I have done business recently with NMS, and it is to come and support their health system. All right? Because of the experience that we do have. And we come and say, we're going to support and we will support and help you in making sure that the facilities are up within the given time. We are going to use the modern system and structures to put up those hospitals.
Right.
We have the modern equipments. We'll be able now to connect all these hospitals in these wards, in these constituencies. We connect them through what we call e-health. We connect them through telemedicine, and they can be able to communicate with each other, including communicating with Kenyatta National Hospital whenever they need any second or third opinion. So in terms of separating myself from the business community, I will tell you, it is not Richard, and I want to keep emphasizing, it is not Richard who does the business. It is the company Megascope Healthcare doing that business. And Megascope will not close because I have moved. Megascope did not close because I moved as the president of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I was given other responsibilities by 12 countries. Megascope did not stop. And it will not stop because I have moved to greener pastures and have gone. Remember, I'm also supporting businesses. And even when I'm there, I will make sure that any business in Nairobi is supported, including the same Megascope, because supporting them by providing policies that will make sure that the environment is conducive for each and everybody and equal opportunities for everyone. Including that mama mboga, including that hawker. I am one person who will not chase away a hawker in this city, but provide an opportunity for them to have better stalls in the city, to make sure we give them access to market, to make sure that the transport system can end to where the hawker actually has the stall so that they don't have to keep following them everywhere in the streets.
If you think about Nairobi, and you've said it many times, Nairobi is 60% of the country's GDP. Nairobi, the capital city of the country. Nairobi, the seat of the national government. How should the relationship between the county of Nairobi be with the national government? And I'm asking this because, for example, at the national level, there is an institution called NEMATA, which is looking at transportation within the metropolitan area. Then there's a county government that's looking at transportation within Nairobi. How do those two play a linkage and role? For example, who rolls out the urban transport network? Is it the city county of Nairobi, or should it be the national government? When you talk about we need a light rail system in the city, should that be the city of Nairobi, or should that be a national government issue? When you're talking about now the bus rapid transport system, is that county, is that national? How do you draw those linkages and those lines?
I think it is always very good to be very clear. And I talked of Schedule 4 of the Constitution, which stipulates very well that the county needs to run its affairs. However, it is also important to get the support of the national government. And you must have that connectivity between the two, the county and the national government, so that the county can be able to get, first of all, extra resources through the exchequer, can be able to get support in terms of expertise through the national government, through the ministry, can be able to harmonize with the agenda of the government. I'm not saying that the county should be working in silos. No. I'm not saying that they should separate themselves from the national government. In any case, we are working for one government. The county is working for one government. And there is reason then to harmonize and connect the two so that there is proper service delivery across Nairobi.
How do you make sure that there's no clash with those two roles? So, for instance, the national government wants to roll out a plan, and they're calling it BRT, and they're saying that these are the lines we're going to roll out. And then the county is then left to implement the last mile connectivity. But the county has not budgeted for that last mile connectivity. It's not part of the next medium-term plans for last mile connectivity. How do you ensure that there is no clash between these two levels?
Yes, again, I say it is important to understand that you must be continuously have conversations with the national government through the parliament, through the legislature, through national treasury, to make sure that whatever budget you need for that particular financial year is available for the county. If there is any surplus or supplementary to be given because the national government has come with its own system and plan, then that budget also should be given, and you must have a conversation with the national government through the parent ministry to see how you can be able to harmonize that. And that will end the conflicts. Yes.
We want to open the phone lines after this quick break, 0719-012-600. We're talking about Nairobi. What ails Nairobi? That's the question. And we want you to call in. What is the problem that needs to urgent fixing in Nairobi by the next governor? Richard Gatti is in the studio. He wants to be the next governor. We've also had several conversations with other leaders. What is it that needs immediate and urgent attention in this county? This is the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation on Spice FM at 27 minutes to 10. We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
The only way to live your best life is to create a balance between work, love, and play.
Smoking shisha and releasing things on your smoke like a Subaru. Right. You understand what I'm saying? Yes. And you want God to give you a man who has a mission and a vision.
You may create an illusion of because he's younger, he's interested in me or he likes me, but he's using me.
Text the word adult to 22840 to get the latest clips from Adults in the Room directly to your mobile phone. SMS adults to 22840.
The Adults in the Room.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
The Board of Governors, Principal, and the entire staff of PC Kenyanjui Technical Training Institute wish to invite all graduates who qualify for the award of Artisan, Craft, and Diploma Certificate during 2018 to 2021 academic years to the Institute's 6th graduation ceremony. The ceremony will be held on Friday, 8th April 2022 from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Institute's grounds. The chief guest will be Dr. Margaret W. Mwakima, Principal Secretary, State Department of Vocational and Technical Training, Ministry of Education. For more information on PC Kenyanjui Technical Training Institute, visit www.kenyanjuitechnical.ac.ke. PC Kenyanjui Technical Training Institute, excellence in technology.
Sunny conditions in Nairobi now at 21, highs of 27 and lows of 16 at 20. Nakuru is sunny, highs of 28 and lows of 13. It's cloudy in Nyeri at 19, highs of 26, and we'll see highs of 27 in Eldoret where it's sunny at 21, coming down to lows of 13. It's raining now again in Mombasa at 30, highs of 33, and we'll see highs of 33 in Malindi where it's also raining. Mostly sunny conditions at 26 in Kisumu, 31 will be the high. It's forecasted for highs of 32 in Kakamega. Mostly sunny at the moment at 26. There's a haze over Kampala skies at 25, highs of 30 and lows of 20. And it's mostly sunny in Dar es Salaam at 29. We'll go to highs of 32 and lows of 26. It's a foggy morning in Johannesburg at 14, highs of 22. And we'll see highs of 33 where it's partly sunny now in Lagos. Mostly sunny at 25 in Kinshasa. We'll see highs of 33 as well. Looking out into Beijing, a warm evening at 23. We'll see highs of 24 and lows of 7. While it's now raining in Paris at 8 degrees. That'll be the low for today, going to highs of 15. It's raining as well in London at 11, highs of 15 and lows of 9. And New York is clear at 7. Coming into Tuesday, the Big Apple will see highs of 11 and lows of 7.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM.
A little bit of outbound traffic on Mombasa Road today, right around Imara, and that's going to take you through to the junction of the airport turnoff. But you should be all right. Jogger Road is still looking pretty heavy just at Makadara, and then out towards the City Stadium roundabout, and then spilling over a little bit onto Landis Road. It is also looking a lot better on Langata Road today. Uhuru Highway out into the city, much better. But the CBD is where it's taking all the action. Coming off the Thika Superhighway, just a little bit there at the Pangani Underpass, and Kiambu Road still spilling it out just a little bit here and there. But we should be all right. Traffic hour is over. Let's see what it looks like through the morning. Talk to us on Spice FM, KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
Business news on Spice FM.
I'm Dennis Aseto. Subscribers of telecom service provider Airtel will this week start making payments using rival company Safaricom's Lipa na M-Pesa mobile payment platform. The new system is set to launch Friday and will see Airtel users pay for goods and services using the till and pay bill options. This comes amid calls by regulators, among them the Central Bank of Kenya, for a seamless transfer to counter Safaricom's dominance in mobile money services. Nairobi's iconic hotel Fairmont the Norfolk has reopened its doors nearly 2 years on since its COVID-19-led closure in May 2020. The establishment reopens after renovations which have included the redesign of its lounge, bar and restaurant. The hotel is also set to open doors to new facilities including an in-house restaurant and a spa. These as hotel bed occupancy rate hit a 2-year high of 57% in March as the accommodation industry stepped off COVID-19 pandemic fuel woes. This is according to the Central Bank of Kenya. The level of bed occupancy in the month was the highest since February 2020, when the overall bed occupancy rate as a percentage of total capacity stood at 66%. Now, African policymakers are being challenged to prioritize the impact of climate change when preparing their economic development blueprints. The call was made by Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Peter Munya during the 24th Annual African Economic Research Consortium Senior Policy Seminars. Munya says climate change has produced a domino effect, and to power Africa's economic growth and prevent the worst consequences of climate change, researchers must spell out a proactive stance for African policymakers on managing climate change. For Spice Business, I'm Dennis Aseto.
Business news, keeping you up to date on all your money matters.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
20 minutes to 10 o'clock. The conversation continues right here on SpiceFM. We have a guest, Richard Ngatia, the chair of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, who's an aspirant for Nairobi governor. And we've been talking about his run for Nairobi and also his management of business affairs in the country and in the region. We know, Richard, that we wanted to have you for an hour, and we started at 8:30 to finish at 9:30, so that you can leave us with the audience then to understand what ails Nairobi. Let's hear from you. If you were to name 3 main things that need urgent fixing in Nairobi, what would they be?
I said the first one that I mentioned, which is water issue, access to water in every household. All taps must be running with water. Cleaning and rehabilitating of boreholes and water pipes, that is very, very critical. Number 2 is security in this, security and lighting in this city of ours. And number 3 is to make sure that we support the youth, the SMEs, in making sure that there is business opportunities for everybody.
If we start with water, I mean, this is a hot potato, Richard, because we are talking about a system that was installed very many years ago, over 60 years ago in Nairobi. There are parts of this city that have very old and dilapidated water reticulation systems. And then, like you said, we don't have enough water supplying into Nairobi. So when you say you want every tap in Nairobi to have running water, what would it take? And how long would that take?
First of all, it would take to get the right partner with the expertise to come and decongest all the pipes. We have so many pipes that today are blocked. Some of them are actually blocked by crabs. They have formed and they have blocked water pipes. So that means because of that pressure, we see a lot of burst pipes, a lot of wastage of water that you have seen on the roads, people having car wash on the roads. So we have a lot of wastage in terms of the flow of water that comes in. And therefore, if we get the right partner in this country or beyond to get partnerships, people who will come and be able to clean all these pipes and rehabilitate all the pipes, the old pipes, to new water pipes, then that is one plus that I'll
By
say
partner here, you mean the private sector?
The private sector, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So a company that comes and does the piping.
Yes.
Installs new pipes and unblocks.
And unblocking and servicing.
Okay.
And servicing of pipes, regular service of those water pipes.
How long would
will
that take?
Within the 6 months, you can be able to unblock, first and foremost. To unblock, you'll be able to identify where the problem is, where those pipes are busting. You'll be able to make sure that there's a new dam that is being built. Again, that is to support the Muranga.
And the Northern Collector Tunnel as well?
Yes. So again, dams, boreholes, how you can be able to have several boreholes in every ward. There must be a borehole. Every 85 wards, there must be at least one borehole. And then you can't have more, because I'm not sure even that will be allowed. It depends on the distance that you're putting up that borehole. But at least in every ward, you must have that borehole and access to water.
Even if there is political will and distaste for corruption, right? Many would argue that the funds available are not adequate to be able to have Nairobi as a city and its dormitory towns running in the way in which it ought to, right? Do you think there's a funding problem? And if there is, what can be done to sort that out?
Number one, I believe there's a funding problem. And the problem majorly is, what projects and programs do you have as a county that you need funded? What are your priorities that you need funded? That is a big problem. And also, how can we be able then to solve those problems? In terms of revenue collection, if you're collecting 100 million per day, for example, and you want to collect 600 million, what is it then you can be able to enhance or to do so that you're able to cover and be able to collect that revenue that will come to support that service delivery? Your own as a county. Develop recreational centers that will generate revenue, give people some waiver for taxes, and encourage them to have as many businesses as possible, and encourage people to pay those taxes by not harassing them. So that's why, again, I want to go to the legislature, the assembly, to formulate those policies to support the planning department, to support the executive. You must have policies that will be able to guide. How do we collect taxes? Number one, do we reduce those taxes so that we can encourage more people to come in business? Do we reduce them from 22 licenses when it comes to hospitality industry, for example, to 1 license? In fact, each and every license at the county should be 1 license that anybody can be able to access and pay that through their phones. You don't have to have a smartphone to pay those licenses. You don't have to long queues to pay taxes. And how do we have the city askaris support businesses as opposed to closing them every day? Today, if you have, for example, people, tax collectors, going to Nyamakema, the shop is closed because they are running away. You need a lot of capacity building to these people to understand that you are working with them and you're not coming there to close their shop or their businesses. You must be able to give them waivers. Also, tax holidays. You must be able to do that.
What do you consider SMEs in Nairobi?
SME, number one, we have certain categories. Number one, those with 1 to 5 employees. Those you can either, those are SMEs.
Okay.
There's the lower SME. There is the middle class SME. There is between 5 to 30. Again, that is a different category. There's those between 1 to 100. Again, that is a different category. So you must have those categories to understand who do you support in terms of who pays what taxes. Today, the micro, who doesn't have even a registration, you expect them to pay tax as the same as a corporate, for example. It is not possible. You must give these kind of people tax holidays, let them sustain the small businesses they are doing for even up to 7 years, and then keep supporting them. You must be able to support startups. Somebody who is coming, who has an idea, who has the talent, how do you unlock their talent? You must be able to do that by making sure that you work with those departments of intellectual property so that you support their rights, so that anybody who has any idea, anybody who has any innovation, and those majorly are youth, How do you support them so that that idea they have is not stolen by that corporate?
Richard, what do you think ought to be put in place in terms of performance checkers for everybody who is riddling us now with their promises of what they want to do when they become whatever it is that they are aspiring to be? What do you think about performance contracts? And what do you think ought to be done to those who come in and say they will do certain things or behave in a certain manner and then, get into office and then don't do their job? What do you think ought to happen to those who are currently doing that and those who would come and do so in the future?
I think it is very important to have a performance contract, and this is good to emulate what the national government does. I think most of the civil servants have performance contracts, especially principal secretaries and the cabinet secretaries. And that should be adapted by also the counties. And there you can be able to follow the performance of each and every individual. I think for me that is one of the things that you
How
must
about
do.
for you?
Number two, for me.
When voters elect you as their governor,
yes.
how do they make sure that what you promised is what you're actually going in to deliver?
Yes. For me, I believe it will be very easy because developing of my manifesto is through the negotiations and through the conversations we have held with community elders, we have held with all these location, with the business community. We have been able to have the conversations with them. I have been able to share my ideas, and they have been able to give me their challenges and how they can be able to solve the solutions. And therefore, my manifesto is based on what the public is saying and how they want to be supported. And therefore, if I give my pillars, I must be able to have a matrix on how I'm going to perform. If I'm going to say I'm going to deal with water, like I said, how long am I going to take to deal with that water? If I talk of the 100 days, what is it am I going to do within the 100 days that will be able to support the common mwananchi?
Right.
Number one, what happens is somebody comes and tells us within 100 days, I'm going to put a super highway. It is not possible from the beginning, right? So you must be factual.
It sounds the same to me, by the way, Richard. When you say that you want to redo the entire Nairobi water infrastructure in 6 months.
No.
It sounds the same
not
to me.
to do. I said to clean. First of all, to understand where the problem emanates from. To understand where do we have water, why do we have this water disappearing and where is it going to? That you can be able to have a report within that time.
Oh, so it's a report in 6 months.
So you put up a committee, let that committee come and tell you, right? A task force that will be able to come and tell you in terms of water solutions, this is where we are seeing the problem and this is where we believe the solutions are. And then from there, you take it up from there. If it is going to take the term of, say, 2 years, then let it take that 2 years. But then it should be within your manifesto. It should be within those pillars.
Do you think that individuals who have been named to have had any kind of charges brought against them or named in corrupt practice or suspicion or have had their hands in the proverbial cookie jar should be then given, a green light to go ahead and run for public office?
You see, if definitely you've been taken to the courts, unless now then the court proves that you're guilty, I believe you should be able to continue with your ambitions.
So do you believe that suspicion is not enough to preclude you from saying, you cannot then vie for political
Yes, but I think the law says once then you have been taken to court, you can't vie for public office, and therefore you have to wait to be vindicted. And I think that is what then should be followed. But in terms of name callings and character assassination, that should not be taken to book. That somebody has been told you're corrupt, someone has been told you're a thief. Today I can wake up and tell you, I know you're corrupt. How will I prove it?
And you publicize
and the people you are, how do you prove it? Then give people a fair hearing to actually air their thoughts and also explain, and then you'll be able to have that conversation with the public. But then the courts are there. We have institutions that will be able to investigate and hand over you to court if you're culpable, and the law will prevail.
So you are running in under Jubilee ticket.
Precisely.
How many other people are seeking the governor's seat on Jubilee? And how is Jubilee going to do its nomination?
Yes. Okay, there is myself, and I know there are 3 others.
Okay. When are the nominations going to take place in Nairobi for Jubilee?
To my best of knowledge, I think I believe it's going to start from 11th to 22nd of this month. Therefore, I think from next month.
Is there a particular day for governor seat?
No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure
it
of
hasn't
when
been announced yet.
But I believe it should be 11th to around 22nd. And so what we are not sure about is whether we'll go through the open nominations, we'll go to public, the Jubilee will go to public, whether it will be delegates, whether it will be direct tickets. We have seen our leader in Azimio giving direct tickets to some of the aspirants, and I'm not sure whether Jubilee will do the same, so we are waiting to see.
What would be preferable?
Do the best that will be able to bring everybody together so that we don't have fallouts in Jubilee, and we don't have people who feel that they are not given, it was not fair, free and fair. And so if the talk of nomination, let it be. If the talk of delegates will come to choose their own, let it be. If it is direct, let them see who is actually more popular in your party. Then give to that person. And then there should be what we call negotiations within the aspirants.
Okay.
In our case, if we are 4, then I believe then we should be called together and agree who is more popular, who is not popular. If not, let delegates decide. If not, let's go to the public.
Do you think Azimio should have various candidates for governor in Nairobi for the various political parties that are in Azimio?
I
we know
believe-
there's KANU, there's Wiper, there's Mandeleo Chap Chap, there's Jubilee, there's ODM. Who else? Very many others. There's Mungano, there's NAC.
Yes, I think
there's PAA, there's
Yes.
DAP.
I think the vision of our President Uhuru Kenyatta and also Raila Odinga is to make sure that Kenya is one. And under Azimio, they have done as much to bring together all those parties that you're mentioning. But in my view, if you could have just one candidate vying for the gubernatorial seat to face the opponents, then that would be the best for us as Azimio.
That would guarantee, at least give you a fighting chance.
It would, because you then get the support from all the parties within Azimio.
Collectively.
Then this calls for negotiations
Yes.
between the various political parties.
Definitely.
Because we
It does.
already know that Jubilee has yourself and 3 others.
Yes.
ODM has Timo Nyonyi.
Yes.
And then ODM also has a senator aspirant. ODM has a woman rep aspirant. The same for Jubilee. That would have to be a very serious negotiation that takes place.
Yes.
At some point, people will feel unhappy.
I don't think so. As long as
Should
there
you
is
not, should you not be picked in such a scenario? Would you go back home and say, it's okay, I mean, I did my best?
One thing I want to say is that when I put my foot forward, I believed I'm going to take the seat. And therefore, I at the back of my mind, I don't have that thought of should I not win. It's when I win. What are we going to do?
We're going through, come back to reality. You're talking about some negotiation.
Yes.
But the party leaders,
Yes.
the party honchos decide, for governor, let's have Wiper as our front runner.
Yes.
For senator, let's have Jubilee. And then for woman rep, let's have ODM. You are
Very
not
well.
in Wiper.
Yes.
So you end up not being the one.
Should the principals decide that this is the right candidate, we then definitely want to support them because we are still under Azimio. We want to support them and continue with our life. And remember, I want to tell you this and your viewers, that life is not about politics. It is not about politics. Politics is just one component of your life. And if you don't manage to get a position within politics, you still continue with many things in life. You have heard I'm a business person. I chair the many forums in the country and out of this country, which I believe I will continue when my term ends. I will continue with life and beyond what probably I've been able to do in business. And therefore, it is not about politics. Life is not about politics. In fact, I would want to encourage everyone in this country, this time round, we should be able to have peaceful elections. We normally hear that, But that is not what is demonstrated. We want to have peaceful elections. What was demonstrated the other day, I think that should stop. It was the head of state emphasized again just the other day. Let us have, we work as brothers and sisters, knowing that after these elections, we still have one country we want to move forward.
Civility.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Richard Gatia. And we wish you all the best as you seek the people's vote. Richard is the chairman of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Let me just correct you. President of the Kenya
President,
National
yes.
Commerce and Industry.
Yes. President of the KNCCI.
Under the World Chamber Federation, chairmen were now turned to president.
Everybody now is president in very many of these organizations. Asante sana for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you to your listeners and viewers. Asante sana. I hope you're going to invite me once again. And I believe this time round I will make sure I'm here on time. If you invite me at 8, I'll be here at 6 just to prepare myself. Thank you. I think it was a very good conversation we've had.
Asante sana. We're talking about water. As we Richard has said, one of the biggest problems in Nairobi is water. It's not just in Nairobi, it's across the country.
Indeed. Many folks having to suffer walking long distances to be able to get water, to be able to drink and then use for household purposes. Unfortunately, has been very, very difficult for them to do so. And so then with the sinking of boreholes by well boring around many parts of the country has made this difficult situation a lot easier. And they're telling us today, Colgate says, you know what, we can help with this a little bit more. For every Colgate that you buy in the Naivas supermarkets, we will be able to contribute some of this to make sure that more communities have access to clean water, shortening the distance.
They've done 80 wells so far in 7 counties, and they want to do 30 more wells this year. And this is going to impact an extra 1,200 people and families in those various counties. Some very good initiative. Thank you very much for tuning in to Kenya's Biggest Conversation. Join us again tomorrow morning as we continue looking at the pre-budget analysis, running down towards Thursday when the CS for the National Treasury will be presenting his budget. The day's proverb as we conclude, leave her now and then if you really love your wife. Leave her now and then if you really love your wife. This one is from Malawi. Kenya's Biggest Conversation returns tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Now until 11, you have good uninterrupted sugar and spice and everything nice, mature music. From 11, you have Yolanda and DJ Absolute. And then from 3, Quatch to take you home. From 7, the adults in the room will be here to have a nice evening conversation with you. Have a lovely day. It's now 10 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newsround. Dennis Aseto. Murang'a Women Representative Sabine Shege can sign in relief after the High Court quashed the summons issued by the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission over the rigging claims she made about the 2017 general elections. The court ruled through Justice Anthony Mrima that the IEBC committee has no authority to summon politicians before they have been formally nominated and determined that they will run as independent candidates. Justice Mrima rejected the IEBC's argument that once the election date is gazetted, politicians are bound by its code of conduct. According to Chege's lawyers James Orengo and Otiende Amolo, the IEBC was sitting in a case where the Supreme Court had directed it to open servers in order for the court to authenticate the integrity of the 2017 elections. They went on to say that Chege's summons was made in bad faith in order to embarrass and tarnish her reputation. And the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission and Postal Corporation of Kenya have signed a 700 million shillings agreement that will see Posta provide logistics services during the upcoming general election. Under the 3-year agreement, Posta will be charged with transportation of election materials countrywide to designated IEBC offices, warehouses, polling centers, and to any other IEBC stakeholders. IEBC CEO Marjan Hussein Marjan said Posta would be the logistics partner for the 2022 general elections. Meanwhile, the electoral body has pledged to be tenacious in upholding an integral electoral code of conduct ahead of the August elections. IEBC Chair